Oh, son of a gun. You thought I was going to say son of a bitch, didn't you? She cooks nothing but chuck wagons, stew, and her name is Minerva. Ouch. She's the flower of the devoured goat.
Here I am on a very special, Aaron Live. Why is it special? It's special because I'm not supposed to be here on a Friday afternoon, evening, and yet here I am. I'm going to have an Altoid because I don't want to offend. So what am I doing here? Well, let me tell you. When I launched Kit Carter Planet Doom, I said, well, I'll follow the regular routine. I'll make it a 30-day campaign and then kind of see how it goes, right? That's what you always do. And then if you need to, you extend it. Well, as I started counting down the days and got closer and closer and closer to the 30-day closeout, I said, hey, this is going to close out the day after Thanksgiving. You idiot. But what are you going to do? There it is. So I've had to do a bit of an impromptu closeout stream. And I was like, I'm not going to bug a bunch of people. People are busy. It's the holidays, and I'm not going to say, hey, come on and talk with me for 8 hours. I'm going to do it myself. I don't know if I'm going to talk for 8 hours, but I thought, you know what? I got to get some Kit Carter stuff drawn. I need to, flesh out the sketchbook. I want to do a couple of new pieces to go in the sketchbook. I thought, I can draw a little bit. And I said, you know what? I can talk about comics a little bit. I said, you know what? I could do a special, never before seen dramatic reading of the 8-page story called New Exodus that I did for a Swedish publisher that apparently is never going to publish it, but he paid me for it, and thus buying the rights of first publication to the story. So if he ain't going to publish it, I can't really. I mean, I probably could, but I'm not going to because I want to honor the deal, But if he's not going to do anything with it, I thought, I could do a dramatic reading of this 8-page story and talk a little bit about the art of the short story, not just the art of drawing the short story, but the art of writing an effective short story. And I was going to do like this series of prepared videos, what do you call them? And not live streams, but just videos where I would, break down these different elements of tackling a short story. And then I thought, it might be kind of fun to just kind of do one of those elements as a dramatic reading on this live stream. And that is exactly what I'm going to do tonight. I might even do it in my Bill Shatner voice. Probably not, because I don't want to ruin the comic, but I will, of course, try to do all the voices, which, we'll see how that goes. But anyway, let's see who's here. Who on a Friday after Thanksgiving is saying enough Black Friday, enough shopping, enough of this garbage. Let's have a little fun on a live stream and turn on the computer, and lo and behold, here I am. Now, those of you who are football fans, I know there's probably not many of them. You'll know I took yet another loss today on a last-second field goal to sort of end the season, mercifully. So that'll be one last thing that I won't get ticked off about, because when you're a sports fan, the greatest thing is the off season, because that's the one season you can always win. You convince yourself, oh, they made all the right moves. This is going to be great next year. And so you feel pretty good the whole off season. And then the season starts and reality kicks in. So Anyway, moving right along. So let's see who's here. Here in the Steadfast, man, he jumped in the second I posted. I was doing a live stream. He was the first one in the chat. Thank you. You get nothing for that, but my gratitude. 40% Zed is here. He says, it pains me to admit this picture is better without the nips. Of course, he's talking about the saucy Dan Lawless Kit Carter piece that he did that I'm figuring out ways to somehow implement into the campaign because I really like it. That was our little screensaver. But yeah, I had to remove the the distractions, shall we say. Hey, there's Jimmy Reyes Art. Jimmy, of course, has got Dragon Rage still raging on. You can back that on Indiegogo. Fox Mulder is here. Thanks for joining us, Fox. Leg Kick is here because Leg Kick, of course, is almost always here. Let's see. Leg Kick says the best show on YouTube when Shelly is on. We like to think it's the best show on YouTube, even when she's not on. But here you go, Leg Kick. Catch this. We go right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. I'm salty. Let's see here. Arroyo Stew is here. He says, late and Shane. I know that Ballers is tonight, and we'll see what happens. Hey, Aaron, hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. That's Dave DiPietro. We did. We had, oh my gosh, a lot of festivity and eating went on. I hope yours was great as well. Nornrad 2 is here. Nigel all right. Nigel the G117 year. This is so much there to unpack. Toshiro is here. Lord Hinson Comics Gator. Hail Aaron. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for joining me. Dan, the Pizza Man Genovese is here. Ryo Stu says that Wild Wild West was awesome. It was a great intro. I think after the first season, they took out him punching the girl. So only got away with that for one season, but what a mighty season it was. Randy Howell's here all the way from Canada. Let's see here. Komanga, how's the Cornhuskers doing? I think we already addressed that painful subject. The Geek Easy's here. I'm going to ignore you, Leg Kick. Nordic Nerd is here. Dan Genovese again. He says, Aaron, I received your package today. I can't wait to dive in. I really appreciated the note on the box. It's the little things in life. I have to admit, I did draw a little piece of pizza on his box. Cam's here. Hey, Aaron, love the shirt. Stranko all the way, baby. Actually, is this the corrected? Yeah, it is. This is Stranko, but it's got the Marie Severin face on it because they didn't like Stranko's version of the face, so they had Marie Severin do a Hulk face and stick it on there for this rather iconic cover to the Hulk annual. Let's see here. Wizard Sleeves is here. Andy Dalliff, I got my Wraith package today. Everything looks great. Thank you so much for supporting the campaign. Dune Ringil is here. Thanksgiving to all. He's spreading the good cheer. Dinner's still coming up from yesterday. Random task. How long was Aaron talking to himself? I'm always talking to myself, so it's just one long stream of conscious. Sisson Ronan, Aaron, hang out with Ballers. That show's too salty for me. I don't think they've ever sent me a link anyway. Are they on right now? This early? Really? I don't think they are. Fun and Educated says MC. Anti-Entity is here. Bully Badger, the Baller Show is I'm not gonna those are friends of mine. They're it's a salty show. It's a more of an adult live stream, or this is more of a kid's live stream. Let's see. Bully Badger says, I like Aaron streams best in CG because we actually talk comics here. You're darn right we do. Robert Doan Pills says, I didn't come here for story time. Oh, you're going to get it whether you like it or not. Sky79, Hail Lopez, proud backer, saying hello and good night. Have a good evening, sir. Thank you for joining. Yeah, Bully Badger's reinforcing the Nebraska loss. He says, "Let's go Michigan." He's a Wolverine man. I almost said Badgers. Just Kevin Ryan is here. Let's see. It's no number one dramatic reading, of course. Only readings I do are dramatic. Randy House saying only hockey matters. Creative Phase here. It's alive. It's a stream. You are right on both counts. Let's see here. Jimmy, of course. Aaron Lepresti, dramatic readings are typically done by an old white man in a robe in front of a fire, but in your case, you have the old white man part covered. It can't have everything. Random Task is here. Have we started Nipplegate? Is that what that is? Slacker 23. Mr. Joker 1128. I'm watching Space Ace right now. Kimberly and Kit Carson. I lost him. Heck, we got vitamin D. There's all sorts of stuff going on here. Squibs is here. Sorry, I got through half of that chat, and I made 2 pies. Well, actually, my daughter wanted to decorate the top of them, so she did all the actual decorative work on the pie crust on the top. But I actually made the pies, and then we had my son and his wife brought over 2 other pies, so it was like a 4-pie bonanza. And there's more pie downstairs than there's anything else left. So Corin Zena says, "Hey, Aaron received Wraith of God yesterday in Australia already. Wow, look at that. I'm glad it made it." Captain Bitto is here. Wizard Sleeves, Lizard Sauce in the Berg. Sometimes you need to watch the classy shows. I agree. Look at that, Kurt Chumslin. That's my second cousin on my mother's side. Got my package. Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Kurt. You're Kurt. Is he thanking himself? He's got my package. Thanks, Aaron. Yes, hockey matters. It does. The thing about hockey is a great sport to watch live. I don't really watch it on TV though. Doesn't really kind of have the same impact to me. Leg Kick for $5. Thank you so much. He said, "Just read Penny Parker is coming out with a book on the Whisper Network." Yeah, we were debating that, I think, on Kings on Monday night, trying to figure if that was actually a real thing or not. Because it seemed kind of like maybe it was a troll, but we shall see. Captain Bit2 is here. Gary Martin's here. Look at that. Hidden Hand Media, Bub66, Demonized is here. He wants to know, true or false, did Gary Martin played RoboCop? Not that I'm aware of, but Gary, he's got a mysterious past, so it's very possible that Gary did a lot of things that we're unaware of. But anyway, so let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Why are we here? Well, we're here for entertainment, but we're here for the sales pitch. I'll show you something here. I like to call this, if I can hit the right button. We like to call this Kit Carter Planet Doom. Let's rock this video, and I'm hoping that the sound works. It should. Let's check it out and see if it does. I can hear it. Look at all the things I watch. Nebraska press conference, Nebraska press conference, Nebraska post-game show, Nebraska press conference. A little obsessed, maybe I am. Okay, but like I say, the season is over, so we're moving on. Okay, so here we are. Let's see where we're at exactly. $65,688, 646 backers, 8 hours left. Will I extend the campaign? Will I not? I really wanted to see this get to 70 before by the end of the first 30. Let's see if we can do that. If you haven't backed, please consider backing this campaign. You'll find the link in the description of this video. Let's take a stroll through the campaign. You have 2 cover options. Well, actually, let me read the story to you. It says, Kit Carter is an elite ranger in the Galactic Alliance Freedom Force, also known as GAF. And along with her partner, Merv the Astro Chimp, she polices the galaxy, bringing the most dangerous villains and tyrants to justice. Lord Menace is the tyrant king of a dying monster-infested planet codenamed Planet Doom. In a dangerous and desperate move, he acquires the eye of Omniman and employs its unmatched power to rejuvenate his planet and create forces to conquer the galaxy. Kit and Merv are dispatched to stop him. But is this the one adversary that even they can't handle? Find out in this irreverent space adventure inspired by 1950s sci-fi B movies and sci-fi B comics. Were there actually B comics? I don't think there were. They were just sci-fi comics. So anyway, there you go. It's a wonderful comedy-packed adventure story with monsters, chicks, and bad guys. What more? And monkeys. What more could you possibly want? This is the cover to the hardcover. Now, these are going to be 8.5 by 11, 64 pages. Let's be honest. It'll probably grow as my projects normally do, but it's going to be at least 64 pages and of story. And they're formatted to look just like the Marvel graphic novel series of the 80s. And you remember Death of Captain Marvel, God Loves, Man Kills, the X-Men graphic novel, the sensational She-Hulk graphic novel by John Byrne. There was so many more. It was a big, cool thing. There was that Wrightson one with the Thing and the Hulk. What was that called? Jim Starlin wrote it. But anyway, I have it someplace. Anyway, so it's that size, that format. We're bringing back nostalgia because that's what I do. So you'll have the hardcover option. This is signed and numbered limited edition book. So the print run will be determined by the orders. And this will also have an art gallery in it, in the back of the book. This is an extra feature the hardcover will have that the soft cover will not. But if you say, no, I can't splurge on the hardcover, that's okay. We have the soft cover regular edition by the great Chris Stevens did the cover for this. He's a tremendous artist. I had him on air and live a couple Sundays ago for a great interview talking about his really bizarre but interesting technique. So you can get that. Here's some story pages for you. This is page 1 as of the moment. I think it'll remain page 1. And here's page 2 and 3. Now, the great thing about this graphic novel is that I'm penciling it, I'm writing it and penciling it, but Matt Ryan, who has worked with me for years on various things from Wonder Woman to Ms. Marvel to Conan, Wonder Woman to just a variety of projects, Justice League. He's inking. Kelsey Shannon is coloring. So the idea is that I'll be able to get this done faster because I'm not doing everything. And as a result, I can get more product out to you quicker. So we can go from this right into Wraith of God 3, Fear Hollow, probably in the springtime, or no later, I would think, than June. I'd like to be launching Wraith of God 3. So we'll see. We'll see if this is a formula for being able to produce product quicker than I have in the past. There's a pinup by Gary Martin that'll be in the book. There's it was originally a cover, but now is just going to be a pinup in the hardcover. You can get T-shirts. Look at that. We got Kit Carter T-shirts. You can go black. You can go teal. We have the Kit Carter Color Sketchbook. I'm going to be working on a piece for this sketchbook later this evening. So this will be at least 32 pages. But this is just another really cool add-on you can add to your book order. This, of course, to me is kind of like the coolest add-on ever. This is an insert movie poster. It'll be 14 by 36 inches, and it will be, this is the layout for it, the color sketch that you do prior to actually going in and doing the finished painting. Kind of, so it gives you a roadmap, color roadmap, so you know where you're going before you get there, kind of thing. And so this will be just like an old-time 50s insert movie poster. You've got the Kit Carter shot glass. So that'll go along with the Wraith of God shot glass and the Garbage Man shot glass that have already been offered in previous campaigns. We're going to have a collection of 6 total by the time we're through. Kit Carter's number 3, so you can get that as well. The stretch goals we've hit so far, the Imperious trading card by David Williams, the Power Blaster trading card by David Williams. When we hit 80,000, which are just right around the corner from that, we're going to do the Lord Menace trading card by me. That's our villain in this graphic novel. Then we get to 100,000. It's going to be the Mr. Midnight trading card by me. This is a cool one. We get to 125, and I do believe we will get to 125. Empire Comics comic box front sticker with characters. So basically what that is it's going to be a large sticker that's going to stick on the front of your comic box with an Empire Comics logo and like little characters around it from the Empire Comics universe. So it's a really cool item to have. And then we're going to add a dust jacket to the hardcover as we move along as well. Now you can get add-ons. You can get the Garbage Man trade paperback, which has been a popular order. I do now have Power Cubed available once again. So if you haven't read that, that's my other creator-owned book that was published through Dark Horse about, 10 years ago now. It looks like Lopresti 14. So yeah, darn near 10 years ago. So that's available now. While supplies last, of course. You can get if you missed Wraith of God, the very first one, you can get the second printing right here there's 2 cover options, the color one and then the black and white. There's only like 300 of those black and whites. Or you can get Blood Hunters. If you missed the last campaign, you can get that as part of this one too. Or if you decided, hey, you know what? I didn't get that cover B, that Tales of Suspense cover. I really should have got that. You can order it here. And there's a couple pages, not much, of original artwork left for sale on here as well. So there you have it. That's what we're pushing tonight for our 30-day closeout. Only 8 hours left on the campaign. Let's not waste it. As I like to say, order early, order often. All right, moving out of that and back to me. Let's see what the chat's had to say about all of this. Random Test says 80s was a good decade for comics. Yeah, it really was. Randy Howell says $912 away from the first 3 digits being 666. Why would you bring that up? Hidden Hand Media says you have to extend this campaign, Aaron. Do I? Do I have to? We'll find out. Okay, now, guys, we're still talking about the football game. Are you trying to just like destroy me? That late interception was brutal. Yeah, with 23 seconds to go in the game and it cost him the game. Yeah, that was brutal. I don't. My dad was from Nebraska. He's passed on, but he was from Nebraska and he raised me on Nebraska football. I was watching Nebraska football games when I was 5. Okay, so when you get that much sort of brainwashing done to you at an early age, you can't ever get out of it. So I'm stuck. And that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Let's see. Ronan, I'm not even going to eat. Okay, let's clear this up. It's not schmegma. Okay, it's schmag. Magma. Oh my goodness. Marcus Killigrew, the purveyor of all things pop culture knowledge, is here. Danky Frank says, I wish you offered some of those posters as covers. Or some of those covers as posters. Oh, I don't know. Make some of those trading cards covers. Yeah, but it's kind of like, I don't know, for this graphic novel, let me just say for this graphic novel, I didn't feel it was appropriate to do a bunch of covers. I mean, everybody always sort of complains about that anyway, right? It's like, oh, it's just a gimmick, whatever. And yes, it is. But at least on these campaigns, it's not like buy this to get that. It's you pick whichever one you want, right? We just give you options. And then, of course, those of you who are completists, you have to get them all. And, of course, that's part of the sales ploy. But I didn't feel as appropriate on this graphic novel because you don't really see graphic novels, large format graphic novels come out with like multiple covers. That's more of a comic book thing. And a graphic novel of this size, it just seemed like I would be breaking tradition or something. So we have the soft cover and the hardcover cover, and that's it. That's all we're doing for this. So, but we have other cool things like the poster and the sketchbook and things like that you can, get more art on if you're so inclined. Dune says, I want Kid Carter to bring me to justice, not the chimp, though I'm not into that. Thank you. Pascal 369 greetings from the left coast. I'm stuck on the left coast too. He's saying, I thought I wanted the wraparound cover, but I'm glad I got the Dracula homage because I got the extra Wraith drawing. Okay. What he's referring to, of course, is the award-winning Wraith of God wraparound cover. Award-winning Wraith of God cover. These, of course, are shipping out. I just shipped out another 100, which brings me to a story. Oh, my gosh. Okay. If you work for the Postal Service, this is not meant as a diss on postal workers at all, just this particular postal worker. Well, let's hang on to that story just for a second here. Mighty Joe, we are I think we've shipped out over 800 orders at this point. Shelly does the labels. I think she might be in the J's. Maybe she might be in the J's. And that's by first name. That's just how it's categorized. And it's one of those brutal things where no matter what order you do them in, someone's going to get their book last and someone's going to get their book first. Someone's going to get theirs the first week. Someone's going to have to wait. What I think will happen, and I say think because you have no control over I don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow. But if everything goes according to plan, we should have everything shipped out I would think, by the end of the first week of December. I can't see why that would not be the case. But like I said, that's, I think we have like 1,300 more to chip out. So we're moving along at a pretty good clip. Frankie says, make the Lawless card cover. I won't do it. Are these Shatner hands or are these Italian hands? As I gesticulate as I talk. Okay. Wizard Sleeve says, thank you for just a few covers, not 15. Right. That's right. Danky says, it's a gimmick in the mainstream. In CG, it's nice because we have a choice. That's right. That's how we're different. Paul Briller, it's like, wow, bonus. Well, it is kind of bonus. And here's the thing. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be here on Sunday because my son and I are going to go watch this. Unfortunately, it's not led by John Williams, but it's a symphony performance of John Williams movie music. So I will be at the concert on Sunday when I normally would be doing this show. So this is kind of a closeout stream. It's kind of a substitute Aaron Live Sunday show. Paul finally got in and ordered the hardback and the movie poster. Good man. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. He says, also get the soft cover for my kids. I think you should. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that very much. Pastmaster Dan is here. Let's see. They're saying, I'm glad to hear it. And I don't even know what I said. Let's see. Norton Rat says, I'm a J. My order is shipping soon. Indeed, it is. Philbo Baggins says, back the book. I'm looking forward to it, Aaron. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. December. What does that mean? December. Oh, when I'm shipping? I said the first week in December. We're practically there. We're only we got another week next week, and then which is what I would consider the first official week of December. So basically over the next 2 weeks, I'm hoping to have everything out. let's see here. Fox Molder for $30. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Fox, with a bookmark original art, how would you frame it? It's beautiful, but an unusual shape compared to a typical layout. And I feel weird getting anything cut away, even if it's from the blank parts surrounding the drawing. I'm the same way. It drives me nuts when artists send me original artwork with a bunch of dead space around it, because it's like, how in the... Let me show you something. I broke my own rules, but see, this is the Chris Stevens original art for the Kit Carter cover. Look at this. What am I supposed to do with this? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to trim it. What you could do with the... fantastic, by the way. What you could do is you could have a really, really thick mat around it and frame it, which I don't know if you want to do that, or, you know, double mat it to make it more exciting. That's a difficult proposition, man. I know I probably should have trimmed it myself, and then it wouldn't have left you with the decision on what to do there. But I do appreciate getting the original art, and, you know, do whatever moves you. Random Task says you can frame and mat to cover the blank space to include another piece. Well, there you go. There's another thing, right? Paul's just saying big mat and frame it. Jimmy Owens is here. Hey, Jimmy, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Marcus Killigrew's all over my Stranko Hulk shirt. You know, here's the thing. I go to the post office and dropping off 100 packages, right? And so we go in the back way, because you don't want to go in the front, because so you go in the back, you get one of those like carts. They have the post office big bin carts, right? So we fill it up with all these packages going out to you guys. I push the thing up the ramp, go to the back doors, you know, and there's no one there. They're not like running out, like, you know, trying to help you, right? They don't care. So I push the thing up to the main doors, right? And this dude's walking out, guy that works there, right? And I kind of smile, and as I'm walking away, he goes, I'll try to do my best impersonation. He's like, what is this? I said, well, these are packages that I'm, you know, they're to be shipped out. I'm dropping them off. And he goes, well, what do you want me to do with them? And I said, well, they're already labeled to be shipped. So I, you know, thought you guys, you know, might ship them. And he says, oh, dude, I don't know, man. I'm leaving. I'm on my way to my car. And I'm like, and he walks by me and just, so I said, well, there's other people in there, right? And he says, yeah. And it just walks off. So I go in this big old, you know, loading dock area thing and walk in the door, and I yell at some guy who looks like he could be a supervisor, his sports coat on and a tie. And I said, excuse me. I said, I got some packages here to drop off. And he comes walking over, kind of, you know, smiling, but doesn't really say anything, right? And he gets up there and he looks down and he goes, how many packages are there? And I said, well, about 100, give or take. He's like, okay. I said, so I can just leave them here and you guys will take care of it? Yeah, I suppose so. Like this, anybody that works in this post office with their job is delivering and processing mail, does anybody there actually know anything about delivering and processing mail? I could not believe it. The guy's like, what do you want me to do with this? Like, I don't know. Mail them? Oh, I mean, come on now. Anyway, so hopefully that batch of 100 actually will get mailed out. I actually pushed it in to the sorting area. So I've got to assume that someone there actually knows that they work in a post office and will then process the mail and ship it out. So that's my fun story for tonight. Okay. I've got some things. I got some features. I'm not just going to draw it, and I'm going to do a couple of things. Johnny Rando, non-committal shipping. That's exactly it. It's kind of like, we might do this if we got someone back that actually knows how to do it. I almost felt like I almost stepped up and explained to the guy that, well, see, these are the same type of packages that I would deliver up front, but it's too many to put on the counter. So therefore I brought them around here. I almost got to the point where I was going to explain to this guy exactly how the whole process worked. And I probably would have got hired if I had had a few more minutes. Never give them a reason. He's right. And I didn't. I was very polite. But I mean, come on. Seriously? Okay. Anyway, it's they're always good on the inside. When they work the counter and stuff, they seem to know stuff. But this was just really, really bizarre. It's like going to McDonald's, right? Which I don't do, but let's just say I did. And ordered a hamburger, and they're like, you go up to the guy, you go, I'd like to put my order. For what? Oh, I'd like to order a hamburger. Well, I don't know what you want me to do about it. Well, I'd like you to take my order so that I can have a hamburger. Oh, dude, I'm leaving, man. But I'd like to. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, so I was thinking the other day about comic books that like sort of left an impression on me as a youth, right? Now we all had that period of time when it was 10, 15 years, maybe 20, where now we read comics, probably more discerning about comics we read. We're looking at, I want to make sure I like the art, or that concept looks good, or I'm not interested in that, or whatever. But when you're a kid, it's like anything that looks cool, you grab off the stands, right? And so I was looking around at a couple things, and I was thinking about, out of all the comics I've read, there's always a handful that stick in your mind and that you just never forget for whatever reason. And I'm going to share a couple of those with you guys, talk a little bit about them. Now, there's this great thing called the cover browser that, if you want to find any cover for any comic, you can find it on cover browser. It's pretty amazing. So I started buying Avengers off the newsstands right here with this 161. This is it says art by George Perez, but you guys correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Byrne pencil these and Perez ink them? Or maybe was that something else? But anyway, I started buying them here. And I remember looking at the Perez stuff and how he put the little shiny things on all the metal. I thought was really cool. So I bought this and I bought these, and they were all, it was all great. Lethal Legion is back, of course. Now here, this is the one I remember. Now this is 165 and 166. Now here's the thing that was odd about this. This was a great story because Count Nefaria, excuse me. What is the monstrous mind, staggering new power of Count Nefaria? This guy was like super powerful. And of course, in typical Avengers fashion, the Vision and Thor aren't around, and this guy attacks, and he totally like kicks the Avengers' butts, right? And they're just all laying like dead, or you think they're dead or whatever, including Iron Man, who's usually fairly tough out. And then as he's about to destroy them all, finally just in the nick of time, the Vision and Thor show up, and frankly, they kick his butt. Spoiler. Okay, but it was just this epic story as a kid I remember reading. And when I went back to find those issues later, I thought, God, because I was looking actually for a bit on my show a while ago. I was like, um, was this I want to find like extended story arcs, from back in the 70s, when that really wasn't a thing, right? It is now, obviously, right? But it wasn't a thing then. And I thought I had convinced myself this is like a 3 or 4 issue story arc, and it was just 2 issues. And it reminded me of how much stuff and story that they would pack in to these 20-page comics. So not only were they, at this time, was 35 cents. So it was only 35 cents, but I was getting this epic story. Now we get these like protracted, drawn out, filler stories that, quite frankly, get boring waiting for something to happen, because everybody's trying to figure out how they can fit this 2-issue story into a 6-issue mini or a 6-issue story that can fit into a trade paperback. But back then, trade paperbacks weren't even a thing. And so they were just packing stuff in. And this was an amazing action-packed story that just went over 2 issues. And I could have swore growing up that it was much longer than that. So this is one that always sticks with me, because it was, the Avengers were defeated. Count Nefaria was unstoppable, this power. But of course, you team up with Thor and Vision, and that's a pretty formidable duo. There you go. Sean remembers. That last page was fabulous. Indeed, it was. Slavic One says, every issue counted. It did. You didn't feel, that was a great thing. For just 35 cents or 25 cents or 20 cents, or even when they were $1, right? When you get into the late 80s, early 90s, even when they were $1, they weren't that expensive. So as a creator, you could, there was an issue of Captain Atom where they had on the cover, Captain Atom doesn't appear in this issue. And it was all to kind of give the supporting characters some time and develop them, which I thought was, but anyway, they were like kind of celebrating this thing. And if you're reading, Captain Atom, and you got to get every issue, you're like, okay, it's only $1. Okay, I'll get it, even though Captain Atom's not in this particular issue. I can't even imagine why that would be a selling point. But anyway, back then, for as little as they were charging for these books, relatively speaking, to what we're paying nowadays, they could have taken a month off and done like a stupid, there weren't, and I'm not saying all the stories were great, but they always tried to, with this formula of give you the cliffhanger, pay it off, give you the cliffhanger, pay it off, and keep people coming in because of the, the excitement. It was like, the superhero action is what makes you buy the comic. The soap opera stuff is what kept you coming back, right? And that doesn't seem to be like a criteria anymore for producing comics, or good comics. Well, producing comics, because they're not good when they do that. So anyway, that was one. Let's take a look at this other one here. I've got a couple in this range that let me push a couple buttons, because that's what you got to do. All right. This is about the time I first started collecting Spider-Man. Where was my very first newsstand issue? Was 138, right? And the minute I started buying Spider-Man, I was like, I had to get caught up. So I went and picked this up from a used bookstore, 36 and 37, because I had just missed them on the newsstand. And these issues were the Return of the Green Goblin, where Harry Osborn becomes the Green Goblin. These were fantastic. And it was, especially a kid who likes monsters, the Green Goblin is like the coolest villain. And you have this great John Romita cover right here. This is a great, great cover. Followed up by some nice Gil Kane action. But this cover is really tremendous. And if you think about it, the Gwen Stacy got killed in issue 121. The Green Goblin got killed in issue 122. So we're talking 14 issues later. They're bringing him back. You think that's not that much? Like what, a year and 2 months? But I think they were like, man, we shouldn't have killed the Green Goblin. And so what do? They bring him back as Harry, which is a perfect way to continue the tradition of the Green Goblin. So these really stuck in my mind as issues that were great. But I also loved this 139, 140. Again, this felt like it was much longer series, but it actually was, because it sort of played out in the background throughout all these other issues. But we had the Jackal, was the first appearance of the Jackal and the Grizzly. And the Jackal was like Peter Parker's professor who was in love with Gwen Stacy. And he ends up cloning her. But this gets stretched out all through the background of this. Him and Mary Jane at the end of this issue, 143, sort of finally get together, if you know what I mean. And but then in 144, Gwen Stacy returns, not even quite 2 years after her demise. So I really, this was the prime Spider-Man time for me. I know this clone stuff was a bit ridiculous, and then they made it really ridiculous as we got into like the 90s and all that stuff. But in the I was pre-2000, it was in the 90s, where it just got really sort of convoluted and weird. But back then, this was actually kind of cool, because in this issue, where is it? This one right here. I think he disposes of the clone. He throws it into like this smokestack or something, allegedly, and gets rid of the body. But is that murder if you kill a clone? I don't know. Very strange. A Slavic one says, my first comic book was an issue where Batman goes to Egypt and explores a pyramid. Jimmy, it's Cover Browser. Cover Browser. Yes. Let's see here. Yeah, Wizard Sleeves. Is that if you kill your clone, is that suicide? That is a really deep question. We may have to explore that. Okay, so let me show you one more. Now, this again is Spider-Man stuff, because he was my main go-to, I have to admit it. But so check this out here. This was kind of, I read comics up until about 1980 when I got my car, and then I really started tapering off buying comics. I mean, I kept reading Spider-Man, but I think I just took it to issue 200 and then I quit. But then getting in college, and then when I was down in LA, I started going to Golden Apple Comics and started buying comics regularly again, and came in with this Kraven the Hunter story. What a great cover by Zach. And also great interior artwork by Zach. And I want to say Jam DeMatteis wrote this, didn't he? It's just a great, great series. And it stretched out. There's only 2 issues in Amazing Spider-Man, but it stretched out over Spectacular Spider-Man and Web of Spider-Man. Just fantastic stuff. And it was hot. It was the talk of the industry at the time. And it sort of reignited my interest in Spider-Man again. And so I started reading this stuff. And then we got Life in the Mad Dog Ward, where Spidey goes crazy, sort of. But then this happened right here. 298, first McFarlane issue. And I remember going, was that 88 or 89? It had to have been 88. And so I remember picking it up because I was reading Spider-Man and I was like, God, this is funky. And as a wannabe artist at the time, I was really critical of McFarlane's artwork. And yet I was compelled to buy it because it was so different and interesting, even though it went against all my classical beliefs in, what drawing should be or superhero drawing should be. but I, at the same time, as a fan, I recognized how cool it was. And I was drawn right in like everybody else. Well, let's see here. On Santa Monica Boulevard. Yes, was it Santa Monica Boulevard? Golden Apples on, no, is it on Melrose? I think it's on Melrose. I think it's one, that's either one down or one up. It's been a long time. Either one down or one up from Santa Monica Boulevard. I'm pretty sure it was on Melrose. I don't know if it's still there or not, but that's where it was. Sequential Treasures says yes, it was 1988. Richard Godwell saying no, it's 1987. It says 88 on the CGC slab, so I'm going to have to say it was 88, Richard. I'm just going to have to. Let's see, people are, let's see. Spidey 308 is my favorite cover from the McFarlane run. There was a lot of great stuff. And I remember I was trying to break in, and I remember talking to Jim Salicrup, who was the editor. And I'd just done some work for Dark Horse, like some Robert E. Howard thing, Bran McMorrin story. It was really crappy. But anyway, I was showing him my stuff, trying to get work. And we were talking a little bit about McFarlane and how everybody was on his case about hiring McFarlane. But he felt like it would give it that new, fresh sort of, and it did. I mean, he was clearly right. But they were still, it was so funny because the book was selling better than it ever had. And yet they were still getting these fan letters criticizing the artwork, saying this guy sucks, replace him. And yet, why would they when, the sales were through the roof? But it was a fun time, man. It was an exciting time for sure. As a reader and as someone trying to break in, because the Marvel offices were still the same. I was at the old building, 387 Park Avenue South, and talking your way into the Marvel offices to get your portfolio seen. The good old days. But they're gone. And now the new Iron Age days are here, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're asking yourself, Iron Age, Aaron, what are you talking about? I'm talking about this. I'm talking about Kit Carter, Planet Doom graphic novel. That's what we're here pushing tonight. As it's my 30-day closeout. Let's take a look and see if we got any action. Survey says, no, 66,166. Thank you guys so much. 653 backers. Is it possible to get to 700 tonight, backers? I wonder. Anyway, so thank you. Thank you for supporting the campaign. A lot of good stuff on here. What do we got left? 7 hours to go. Will I extend? Will I not extend? We shall see. Also, updates if you're waiting on your, and I know there people are. I've never done this before. I've never launched a campaign when I haven't yet fulfilled the one before it. But I launched this already later than I wanted to because I didn't want it to roll into Christmas time. And yet here we are. So I did launch this the last week of October. I wanted to launch it the first week of October, but I always go with printers that are busy. And so I get these slow turnaround times on my books. But they did a fantastic job. Jostens printed the Blood Hunters book, and it turned out great. So I can't complain. But I was forced to launch Kit Carter before I fulfilled Blood Hunters. And so I know there's people out there going, well, I'm going to wait and see if I get my Blood Hunters first. Well, like I said, we've mailed out over 800 orders so far. And we'll get those wrapped up in the next 2 weeks. And I have delivered on every campaign, starting with the original Wraith of God, then the Wraith of God second print. And now Wraith of God Blood Hunters is being shipped out. And you've seen people, I'm sure, on Twitter showing that they've got their books. So you can trust me. So, but I know there's still people that want to wait till they get their books before they decide they're going to, back. But I'll tell you right now, it's the guys and the gals that back up front that make these projects possible, because I got a lot of money going out the door on this project because of the people that I have working on it with me, and all that money is money up front. So if you backed early, you're going to back today, thank you so much, because you're the guys that make it possible to move forward with this. And I don't think you'll be disappointed at all with the product. And if everything goes according to plan, this you'll be getting this sooner than you would a normal like Wraith of God book, where I'm doing everything except the coloring, but penciling and inking and writing. So let's see here. Lord Henson says, I love the look and condition of my blood hunters. Now, here's the thing. This is what I do. Okay. And this was what makes Empire Comics special. I insist, and it's an extra cost, but I insist that the books are shipped in double walled boxes, or if they don't have double walled boxes, that they're double boxed, and that the books are shrink wrapped. Now, not individually shrink wrapped, but they shrink wrap them in Blood Hunter's case because it's such an incredibly thick book. You can see this is a thick book. It's 108 pages. So they're only able to, they shrink wrap these in 5s. Okay. And normally they shrink wrap them in numbers of 10. So what does that do? That keeps this book from getting damaged. Okay. So it's double boxed and shrink wrapped. And so they come to me double boxed and shrink wrapped. And this is an amazing stat. And I started this with Wraith of God. I have yet to lose a book because of damage. I mean, that's unbelievable, but it is the case because they're so well protected. You know, the box itself would have to get mutilated for the books to get damaged. And then I have my dear 92-year-old mother, who's recovering right now in the other room from, she had skin cancer surgery on Monday. She's doing quite well. Thank you guys that prayed. Thank you guys for the well wishes and everything. But she bags and boards all the books, and she's extremely meticulous and often wears gloves to not fingerprint the books. But one of the reasons I get these matte finish instead of gloss finish on these is because it doesn't pick up your fingerprints like gloss does. These, so you can handle them and you don't have your greasy fried chicken fingers or whatever, or not all over the, so that's the other reason I get those. But we take great care because I am a collector myself, and I want to make sure the books you get are in the best possible shape, because that's what I would demand if the reverse roles were reversed. So I try to keep that in consideration, and that's what we do around here. Is we are very cognizant of condition of these books. Let's see here. Slavic One says, Aaron, if somebody adds Wraith of God and Blood Hunters to their kit card order, do you ship those right away? Probably not, because that's a recipe for screwing up somebody's order and then trying to keep track of whose you pulled and whose you didn't. Now, I will say this, okay? If you got to have Blood Hunters like right away, you can contact me and order I want a cover A or whatever, and we can do it through PayPal or whatever, and then I can ship it out with Blood Hunters that I'm shipping out right now. If you don't mind waiting, you want everything to come together to get this whole sort of like gigantic reading experience, then you can add them on and just wait for them to show up. But you can order Blood Hunters and the second print for Wraith of God outside of the kit card campaign. This is just a convenient thing. Number one, to make people aware that they're still available, but also allows you to add on. If you just, if you're one of those people that's like, just throw it all in there and when it's ready, ship it to me. But if you want to read it right now, you can certainly contact me outside of the campaign, just aaron@aaronlopresti.com, and say, hey, I want to get a copy of this or whatever. How much is it? And blah, blah, blah. And I'll set you up and we can do it that way as well. This is true. It has been tested in the New Mexico deserts, and it has withstood atomic blasts. So we're very, very proud of that fact. Let me take a moment to do quick public service announcement. We have quite a few people watching right now. So hit that like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Slow. Let me try that again. And then I blew it entirely. One more time. I should just edit those together, then I don't have to. No, I should do a lot of things. So yes, thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking. Trying to grow this channel to epic proportions. Graybirds is certainly helping this channel grow. It's the best draw stream on the internet, of course. And we appreciate you guys' participation whenever I'm on the air. And hopefully we'll have Shelly back as a regular contributor soon. I think we have an appointment next week to get her back checked out. So we'll find out, hopefully get a surgery date or whatever they're going to do, whether she gets a fusion or whatever. And we'll get her back for the new year and get this train rolling along like it used to do back in the good old days when Shelly didn't have back problems. So let's see here. Third time's a charm. Yes, it is. There you go. Will Holloway got 2 Wraith of God Blood Hunters packages. All books are in mint. I also screwed up his order, so I actually am sending out yet one more book to him. It does happen. I am human. But yeah, I package every single one of the books myself. So Shelly does the labels, Mom does the bags and boards, and I package everything. So if your order is screwed up, I'd like to blame it on Shelly and say she wrote the wrong thing on the back of the label, but it's usually probably me going too quickly and making a mistake. So hopefully I've been trying to focus on not making mistakes. So hopefully those will, we got all those bugs out of the system early on and there won't be many of those left. David G says, if you'd quit making her carry the load, she wouldn't have back issues, Aaron. Yeah, well, carry this. There we go. Let's see here. In the Shatner voice, Aaron is only human. All right. So what do you guys? Should we do the dramatic reading? Should we draw first? Let's draw first. I have to do, well, I'll do the dramatic reading. Should I draw or do the dramatic reading? What do you guys think? Draw, dramatic reading. Draw, dramatic reading. While you guys are deciding on that, I saw this funny thing. There's all these short videos, memes, things like that about the Marvels movie, right? Which we all knew was going to be a disaster. But the thing with that movie is something that not only me, but I mean, Ethan, there's been a ton of people that are actually been saying this for quite some time, that there are exceptions. Of course, there's always exceptions, but for the most part, the 90% of your audience, maybe 95% of your audience for action adventure superhero comics are men. That's always been the case. And men and women, and this is a shocker, men and women are different and have different tastes. Now, I'm not saying there aren't women that don't like superhero comics, but in general, they don't. Women don't like Star Wars in general. Okay, Star Wars girl would argue at that point, and she's a prime example of someone who does, but most don't. My daughter couldn't give a rip about the Marvel Universe or Star Wars. Okay, and she's fairly normal. Shelley's the same way. Doesn't care. Not interested in that stuff. And so for Hollywood to continue to create films that they say are for women that are superhero adventure films for women, they're going to fail because there's no audience for it. And then they blame us white males for not going to watch it, when really the people that aren't watching it are the women who supposedly are supposed to be their new audience. And so I don't know if they'll finally get this and we'll see a change and kind of, you know, or maybe we're witnessing the brutal end of the superhero genre in cinema, at least as a tentpole type event to um, carry your studio through the new year. Um, Random Task says Disney destroys everything it buys. It's unfortunate, but I mean, I see that stuff and I have no interest in going to watch it. I don't. Um, so, but I'm a curmudgeon too, so you can't. So I don't know. Everybody's been. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the dramatic reading because the drawing is going to take some time. So let's before we start, people start bailing on me to go watch the ballers. Let's do this dramatic reading. And what it is it's. I don't have lettered pages. I have the pages for the book, but I don't have the lettered pages, so you can't like read them, right? So I'm going to have to read you the script as you're looking at the pages. But this is a story I did. And I did this story pre-COVID, okay? Pre-COVID. And so it's been sitting around forever. And I was contacted by this publisher to do he was looking, he does like science fiction comics, anthology things. I think Mike Barron did a story or two for him. And they're usually, he wanted a dystopian future type story, right? And I was thinking, okay, so what can I do? So when you're doing a short story, in my opinion, again, this is me, you know, Neil Gaiman might say something else. I don't know, but I'm just saying for me, there's three main approaches you can take. You're introducing a character in an attempt to try it out, right? See what kind of response you get for it, right? I don't want to commit to a full series, so we're going to try a short story. Now, you'll notice that in Chamber of Darkness #4, Marvel comic book from 1970, there was a Conan tryout story by Barry Smith in there. And it was just kind of like to gauge it wasn't actually a pure Conan story. It was kind of a sci-fi story where Conan appeared in it. And they were just trying to gauge reader interest. Well, what do they think about this? And so there's that type of a story, right? Where you're introducing a character, and that's what I'm going to show you. The other two, the second one is you're taking an established character that everybody knows and is known for, like a Conan short story, right? Which I've also done that, an 8-page Conan story. And that's a different approach because you're taking a property that everybody is aware of and knows, so you don't have to do all this backstory. You can actually just go right to the adventure, right? Because people already know the character. And then the third one is the sort of like short story horror. You usually see them in horror, sci-fi anthologies, where the story is the most important aspect of it. It's the twist at the end of the story. It's the payoff at the end of the story. It's what are you giving me in 8 pages? Now, an example of this is a great story in it was one of the old Marvel, Strange Tales or one of those type of things. I want to say Ditko drew it, and I know Stan wrote it, I suppose. So the story is this guy comes back from studying in Tibet, right, and learning the mysterious ways of the monks and all this kind of stuff, right, Eastern mysticism. And so he comes back and he's sitting there in his living room with his friend, and and they're smoking pipes, and he's telling him about this trip and how he learned to open his mind and realize that life and everything we see in life is just a construct of our mind. So he goes, if I choose not to believe in something, then it really doesn't exist. And his friend's like, well, what are you talking about? And he says, for example, he goes, look at this coffee table right here. He goes, if I choose to believe that it doesn't exist, it no longer will exist. And the guy's like, oh, okay, prove it. So he sits there and the table disappears. The guy's like, that's amazing. It's incredible. And so he goes through his house and starts doing this Oh, the couch disappears because the guy chooses to believe that it doesn't exist anymore, and goes through this whole thing. And they're pretty much sitting in this barren room. And his friend goes, "Well, this is incredible." He goes, "Do you realize what this means?" He goes, "If none of this stuff really exists, what if we don't really exist?" And the guy sits there like this. The last panel is two pipes sitting on the floor smoking. The guy's disappeared because the guy failed or decided that to believe that they no longer existed. And so that was the payoff for the story, right? So it's this cute little, weird, uh, Twilight Zone type thing that they did. And that was another great example of a short story where it's all about the twist at the end of the story. And most of the EC horror films were like that. Guy kills his wife, and then circumstances turn the tables on him, and he pays dearly for his transgressions. And that was a payoff, right? That's what you're there for. That's why you read the stories, for the payoff. So those are the three things, in my opinion, that define short stories. Okay. Some guy, I choose to believe my taxes don't exist. Well, let me know if you've mastered that, will you? Let's see. Anti-Entity says, "I'm still waiting for Rugg to show up and put Carol Danvers in a coma." All right, so let's take a look at this. This is, before I do my dramatic reading, I've got to... Okay, so let me open some stuff up here. Here we go. This is a story called New Exodus. Okay. Now, I did this story in an art style that was a precursor to... Boom, there it is. Was a precursor to Wraith of God. I wanted to do more of a line, a rough line quality. You can look at it. We'll see. We'll go a little bit bigger here. This is a good example. So more of a Danny Mickey approach without the finesse, because Danny has quite a bit of finesse. But I was trying out what I wanted to do for Wraith of God, where you've got these, really rough lines and edges here. And I thought it would be appropriate for this. Yeah, someone says low budget Cable Tales, and it is. I mean, I did sort of pattern this character after Cable, so I'm not even going to try and pretend that I didn't. But that's neither here nor there, because he does exist in the Cable world. So, or pardon me, he does sort of exist in that sort of partial robot, partial cyborg world. And I always kind of liked some of the look of Cable, not all of it, but some of it. And so that's kind of really sort of what I based the look on. And I am not, gosh darn it, I'm not too ashamed to admit it. Anyway, so here we go. Oh, I got to open up the script. So we start here. This is page 1. Duh. Okay, so our main character is called Cauldron. Okay, and that's this guy right here. And this guy is Lex, not Lex Luthor. And they're having this conversation in this very sort of like small apartment kind of. You're getting this idea that, this is a very sort of dystopian, futuristic, urban environment that they're in. But we get more of that later. So Lex, that's the old guy there, says, "It's so obvious. It's incredible. No one saw it coming." And Cauldron responds, "Maybe we were all too busy just trying to stay alive." Then we go close on Lex. That would be, now we're down here. It's like those Power Records. That's right here. Well, now it's happened. Then we go to Cauldron. He says, "I don't need a history lesson, Lex. I know. I saw it happen just like you did. We're wasting time reflecting on our own stupidity. But is it too late to stop it? And Lex says, maybe. But I didn't do his voice. Sorry. I'm screwing up the dramatic reading already. Maybe, but you know as well as I, disruption is a short-term solution. Mastermind must be destroyed. And Cauldron, as he's walking out the door, says nothing, but Lex says the complex won't be expecting one of their own to turn on them. Even one as out of date as you. You should have the element of surprise, at least initially. I hate to say it, Cauldron, but you may be humanity's last hope. And Cauldron says, no pressure. Okay, so that's page 1. Pretty exciting, don't you think? So basically what we're doing here is we've got to, in a very short period of time, this is an 8-page short story, we've got to set up these characters, give a hint of the environment that they're in and their situation, right? So he's going to do something. We've already introduced 2 characters, Mastermind and the Complex. What are those? And we introduced these 2 characters here. We can see that he's got some cyborg elements. So we're starting to tell a little bit about the story of who these characters are, but in a very, you don't have time to sit there and do 3 pages of exposition. All right. So you have to work it into their normal dialogue in a way that hopefully doesn't sound trite or stupid, that flows within the dialogue. So we're getting information about the characters and their situation, and that will continue to develop and pay off as the story goes. So then we go to page 2. Bing. Okay, and so we don't have time in an 8-page story to show Cauldron walking down the steps, leaving the apartment building. We've got to get him halfway there already. So we cut to a scene where he's out, and you can tell it's a very just really sort of gross, urban, rainy, disgusting environment. It's like, you look at the makeshift poles here holding up the banner and all this kind of stuff. And then we get to the final panel here. So this is all done in captions because I don't like to do thought balloons. I prefer to do like people voiceovering and caption, which is basically the same effect, right? So we have Cauldron walking down the street here, and he says, Lex was my commanding officer once. When he refused the cybernetic upgrades, they retired him into Old City with the rest of the non-compliant. I should have known if the complex would do that to one of their own, they would do it to anyone, and now everyone. I guess he deserves to say I told you so. Now we're in the second panel. The non-compliant is anyone who refuses to willingly give up their soul to power an android replacement. So now we're getting information. The streetwalker says, hey, Cyborg, you're on the wrong side of town. You must be looking for something. For the right price, I can help. And he's still in a caption. Too many people would rather live in a dream state coma than be exiled to live and die in the squalor of Old City. And the hooker says, what's wrong? Am I too human for you? Then Cauldron says in the last panel, maybe it's even more amazing how many people would rather keep their humanity at any cost. It gives me some hope. The complex, right in the middle of civilization, a giant wall separating Old City from New City. The hellish squalor of humanity on one side, the utopian android society on the other, and the complex looking down and playing God over both. And all I have to do is bring that wall down by myself. Okay, so what have we done here? We've set up and given you more information about what is going on, what the situation is in 2 pages. All right. So basically, the old town is where they put all the non-compliant, the people that don't want to go into dream state and basically have a cyborg replacement. And we'll get to more of what that means as we go along in the story. And then you've got this complex, right? This is the evil regime, right? And as he said, the old city, which is where he's at, where they still have humans that refuse to cooperate, right? So they're just basically thrown into this just ghetto poverty stricken society. And then on the other side of this wall right here, or this building, is New City, where all the androids live and everything's perfect. Okay. And your mind as a human being would be placed into one of these androids. So you live the good life on the other side, but you're completely controlled. Right. So that's sort of what we're dealing with here. And so we've done that, basically set that up in 2 pages. People are shedding tears because of my dramatic performance so far. Okay, so we go to page 3. Okay. So now he's coming down to the base of the complex. Okay. And again, we're moving him along because we don't have time to waste. We got 8 pages. So here we go, page 3. And of course, it's easy to go inside somebody's head and then give the reader the information they need so you don't have ridiculous exposition, right? I mean, it is exposition, but it's done in a way that sort of accentuates the visuals that you're seeing, and you're inside the character's head, so it makes perfect sense that he might be, even though he's telling the reader, he's kind of going over this stuff in his head. Okay, panel 1. The service agent entrance is the easiest access point. It's lightly guarded. There's never been an insurrection attempted, and certainly not by one of their own. What do they have to worry about? Then we have this kind of like Steranko effect there on the next panels down. Now the android sees him approaching and says, "Approaching human cyborg agent, please identify." Cauldron says, "Agent 2424A, Series 1 Alpha." And we go close up on the android. "That number has been removed from service. You have no authorization for entrance. What is your business here?" And Cauldron punches his through the face and just says, "Just this." So he crushes the dude's skull with his cyborg arm, which, interesting enough, seems to have veins on it. Why would I put veins on a cyborg arm? Because it looks cool. That's why. And then in panel 5, he blasts the other android with his gun. And the caption says, "I figure I have about 5 minutes until the complex's central intelligence registers the 2 guards I just obliterated. Just enough time for me to get to the first chamber or get myself killed." Okay, now we've introduced another element, the first chamber. Now we know where specifically where he's going. We don't know what that means, but we'll find out. So in 3 pages, we've gotten him from the setup of the story, the fleshing out of the environment and the situation, and then now we're into the action portion already by page 3 of an 8-page story. Okay, so now we go to panel 4. Or page 4, excuse me. All right. So he sees an old friend coming in, right? Now this guy's got more updated cybernetic stuff on him than what Cauldron does. And this guy's name is Wire. He says, "Cauldron?" That's a terrible voice. "Cauldron." That's terrible. "Cauldron. Moses Cauldron?" And then we're still inside Cauldron's head. He says, "Just what I don't need." He says, "Yeah, it's me, Wire." And Wire says, "Why are you here? I thought the complex retired you. I thought I was the only one left." So he's like an old school acquaintance back in the old days before the complex took over. He says, "Glad to know otherwise. Working with these androids leaves a lot to be." And then Cauldron interrupts him and says, "Sorry, Wire, but I was called in by Mastermind. I got to move." And then Wire says, "Yeah, sure, of course. Hey, stay in touch, will you?" And then we get an electronic voice down here in this panel coming in over his implant or whatever. "Level 5 alert, security breach through service agent entrance. Stop and terminate all unauthorized personnel." He's like, "What?" And he's like, "Hey, Cauldron, hold it." And then the last panel, Cauldron spins and blasts. Damn. And then Wire's like, I'm melting. And then Cauldron says, sorry, Wire, I really am. So much for my 5 minutes. Okay, so he basically knows that now they're on to him. He's got very little time. Again, we mentioned Mastermind. So we know the complex run by Mastermind. Those are the bad guys. We've kind of pretty much established that. Now we're on to page 5. I have to admit, the storytelling here did not come out the way I wanted to. You've got Cauldron opening up a door or a little panel in the wall, and there's all these cables running on the wall, and then he goes up and climbs up the panel. It almost looks like he's looking at himself over here. So I didn't really divide these panels well like I should have. But the story must go on. So let's see what happens here. So Cauldron says, we're still in caption form. Maybe using this cable duct will buy me some time. The androids are lacking in creative thought. They'll be looking for me in the corridors. See, now we get a little bit more information about the androids, what they are incapable of. So then he starts climbing up the cable ladders. And he says, they'll be looking for me in the corridors. And he says, I hope. Panel 3. I'm sure the complex tapped into what I said to Wire. They'll send agents to guard Mastermind. They won't be expecting me here. A little misdirection. So then we're down here as he lifts up the air vent. Then we go into this little control panel he's on. He says, come on, where are you? He says, Lex is right. Taking out Mastermind is the only possible way of stopping the complex. But one man, even a human cyborg, isn't enough to pull that off. And then he says, there you are. So he's looking for someone. But one man can disrupt the mechanism, remove one Christmas light, and the whole string goes out. So now we're getting a little bit more information about what's going on, and next page we'll see. And he says, I've come back for you, Neva. Ooh, we're going to assume that's a woman, and you'd be correct. So he's come back for her. And there we go. So you got these, this is basically these people. Well, we'll find, I'm not going to tell you, we'll read it. He says, Neva, I'm coming for you. Then he says, just like I promised. Then he hears over the loudspeaker, agents to the first chamber immediately. Intruder alert, intruder alert. We have been infected. Cauldron fires his gun right here, breaking this case that this woman's in. She falls out of the liquid into his arms down here. And that's panel 1, 2, and 3. And he says, gotcha, as he catches her. Then we got the androids running in down here at the bottom. Eliminate the intruder, restore continuity. Mastermind. Oh, I'm sorry. The android says, eliminate the intruder, destroy continuity. And then we're back here. Now we have a big window, plate glass window here. You can kind of see the city out here, rain falling, other people in these containers. And he says, Mastermind can still control the agents in the compound. But with the psi link removed, New York's new city will be in chaos until a replacement link can be found. So you basically have all these humans here that are linked up, that are controlling everything because they're gifted with their psi abilities, right? And so that's why they're put into this sort of stasis thing here when they're used to power the city. But like he said, remove one of the Christmas lights and the whole string doesn't work anymore. So Mastermind still has control of the compound, which he's in, but he's broken up his ability to control the outside city, specifically New City, where all the androids are, right? So we jump over here to page 7. And now they're crashing out the window. So you got this naked chick with a few cybernetic parts on her. They're jumping out the window, and you can see the city down here, falling through the rain. He's falling down this way. He fires his Gatling gun, hooks it up to the ledge, and then they land down here. So let's see what he has to say about all this. I'm surprised the complex didn't see this move coming. Then again, logic and reason are its foundations, not emotion. And this definitely became emotional when they took my daughter against her will. Dun, dun, dun. So his daughter is who he just saved, and she was one of the cybernetic links powering this monstrosity of a dystopian future, and he just broke her out. Because most of these people gave up on their own, said, yeah, I'll do it. But for these super size that they needed to power the city, if you don't agree to do it, they're taking you anyway. And again, you can see the really sort of rough artwork here, inking style, I mean, that I was experimenting with that I would incorporate later into Wraith of God. And so then we go to the final page, page 8, and we're going to wrap it up. So Neva is coming to her senses here in panel 1, and she says, where am I? Cauldron says, safe for now. And she looks up and says, Dad? So right here in second panel 2. And he says, yeah, it's me, Neva. And then we have a long shot of the two of them walking away farther in the distance, and then basically disappearing into the griminess of the urban environment they live in. And he says the complex will send out some aid. This is all caption again. The complex will send out some agents, but they won't be able to find us in Old City. Mastermind can't reach that far with a missing link in the side chain. Neva has extra abilities. That's why the complex took her. But now she's back with us. People will start to see that the complex is not invulnerable. It can be hurt. And if it can be hurt, it can be destroyed. Maybe that will give us all the courage to rise up out of this darkness and take back our freedom. I may have been humanity's last hope, but now we all are. Dun, dun, dun. There you have it. And I destroyed my voice doing it. Okay, so what did we learn from this? We had to, in 8 pages, we had to set up the characters at least so we knew what was going on and who our characters were, who the good guys were, who the bad guys were. We set up a portion of the story that can be fulfilled in 8 pages. Now, granted, this is obviously open-ended, but what we did was we set up the story where he's going to go save his daughter. And that's the story. Okay. It's the small scene in a much larger story, but it's a complete scene. So he sneaks in, saves his daughter, and now they're back, and the rebellion hopes are, come back to life. So we've set up everything. We've introduced the new character. And now you find out, do your readers dig this thing? Do they dig the concept? Do they dig the character? Do they want to see more of this? Or do they say, this dystopian future, blah, blah, blah. But I think one of the important things when you wrap up a story, you've got to have a payoff. And it could be this one line, right? It could be the image, it could be the circumstances, but you have to have a payoff. I don't like these sort of open-ended where you're like, well, you don't know how you're supposed to feel about it, or you don't know what the point of it was. Right. And in this case, let's go back and revisit this line real quick. We really do have the payoff here in the line, right? At the end of the story, where he says, once again, we get further explanation to make sure that you guys have all the information you need so this all makes sense. This 8 pages you just read makes sense, right? So the complex will send out agents, but they won't be able to find us in Old City. Mastermind can't reach that far with a missing link in the side chain. Neva has extra abilities. That's why the complex took her, but now she's back with us. Okay. So she was kidnapped, put into this role. He's now extracted her. She's now part of the rebellion again. Right. And now we get sort of the whole point. What's our goal long-term for the story, but also what's the goal and the point of this 8-page story? People will start to see the complex is not invulnerable. It can be hurt, and if it can be hurt, it can be destroyed, right? Maybe that will give us all, of course, he's talking about all the people in the Old City, the courage to rise up out of this darkness and take back our freedom. Okay. Wow. This sounds really like familiar territory that maybe some of us are treading into in today's modern society, right? And he says, I may have been humanity's last hope, but now he not only includes everybody that is in Old City, but now he's including the reader as well. He says, I may have been humanity's last hope, but now we all are. And so you have that nice downbeat, that finalization of this story where, yes, there's much more story to come potentially, but it wraps this particular story up. So you can walk away feeling like you read something complete, even though you're just getting a small segment of it. And to me, that is a successful short story. All right. And I don't like to go in and critique others' work. I just as soon do it on my own, right? And it can seem a little self-serving, obviously, but what I'm giving you guys is my approach, how I do things. Now, I may be right or maybe wrong. Maybe other people think I'm an idiot and this is stupid, but this is how I approach short stories. Or one, if I'm introducing a new character, I've got to have, in my mind, all these elements have to be in there so that you feel like you're getting a complete story, even though you're just getting a short segment of a story. There's a point to it. It just doesn't end. You want to walk away feeling like there was a point to this and that your time reading it was well spent. And then it's just a matter of, if this is a bigger company and we were like, like Marvel Premiere or Marvel Spotlight, you're throwing something out there and seeing what the read reaction is. And then you go from there. It's not exactly the same, is it? No, it isn't. See, look, it changes in the middle. It changes in the middle. So there's this constant steam pumping out of there. It's obviously a design element, Henry. But yeah, I mean, it's not all that original of a concept, but there is no such thing as an original concept really anymore. It's all derivative of something we've experienced or seen or someone's done before. And you just try to, put your own angle on it. And I like writing that way. I mean, a lot of people like writing, oh, I got to be really different. I got to be new. I got to trend set. I've got to do this. But oftentimes what you end up in those situations is something that's really boring or it doesn't click. And the only reason anybody appreciates it is because it's so different. And I don't think, and I've never felt this way as a critic, that just because something's different means that it's good. It just means that it's different. And I give credit for people that think outside the box. I'm not an outside the box thinker, but I do think there's something to be said for taking familiar tropes, things that people are comfortable with, things that people like, and using those and putting your own story or your own twist into it. Because I think you're like trying to grab an audience that's already built into this kind of material. And so you basically give them what they want. And I know that some people, like, again, that's boring or whatever. But I think for the vast majority of people seeking out entertainment, they prefer a happy ending than they prefer something that's really bizarre and makes you think. And I don't mind, but if you can combine both those elements where you make somebody think, but you also give them something enjoyable, then you got a home run, right? That's why you've got, that's why Raiders of the Lost Ark is so successful. That's why your biggest money-making films of all time are great entertainment that gives to an audience what they want, but gives it to them in a really nice, well thought out, intelligent package. And so you're not just giving them Transformers, right? Which is just crazy action adventure over the top, but it's really, there's not much there. You can give people something that's there, but also provide them with that action and that adventure and that content that they want to see. And that's really the trick, I think, for me, for good writing and good storytelling, is giving you those elements But if you're going to surprise me and do something weird, don't just surprise me and do something weird. Surprise me and do something weird that's good. And that's a really difficult challenge. So Nick Clark says, are you a fan of old school Al Williamson? Your work has a cool vibe that reminds me of his Flash Gordon stuff. I am. I haven't really studied Al's stuff. I know, of course, the period you're talking about. And most of my influences are, main influences are Frazetta, Wrightson, Neil Adams, and then bits and pieces of just tons of other people. I've never inked like this until this project. And then, of course, Wraith of God, where I'm going really rough, trying to create a visual environment that is apropos to the story. Normally, I would just do something really slick and clean like we're doing on Kit Carter. And it looks nice, and it's really slick looking, very professional looking, all that kind of stuff, but it's very generic looking as well. And I have a real admiration for guys that have really, really good drawing, but then they'll go in and rough it up in the inks. So you get more of a textured, looser feel to it. It's a different kind of energy. It's no longer this appreciation for the perfect line, but it's now this appreciation for an emotional response that you're getting from the artwork, and it fits within the context of the story. That's something I never used to do, and I'm trying to do that now because I have the freedom to do that. And I appreciate you guys being willing to sort of, accept that different look from me, rather than what you saw in Ms. Marvel and Justice League and in Wonder Woman. You're going to get that in Kit Carter, but that's what Kit Carter should look like. Wraith of God, to me, shouldn't look that way. It should look more like this. And this type of dystopian future, you don't want it all clean and, coloring book looking. You want it to really look nasty. And so you have to let go a little bit of your control and say, okay, this isn't about the perfect line. It's about the energy of the line. And you kind of approach it that way. No, not really. I mean, I like Garcia Lopez's work, but he's not a guy that I really looked at stylistically wise. Kellraiser wants to know, what do you use to write your scripts? I write down ideas in a notebook or on paper, right? And once I get the outline figured out, and I have all the scenes, and maybe I'll move some stuff around, then I start typing, okay, on the computer. I'll just use Word, and I just go straight from page 1 to the end at that point. And then you look at it and go, okay, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. You go in and change that stuff. Maybe you move this over here. Maybe you edit that out because it's extraneous or whatever. And then, and you keep working it. And then I'll draw the book. And as I'm drawing it, I'll find mistakes in the script that don't work storytelling wise. And I'll change stuff as I'm drawing it. And then finally, when I get the final art and I go over the script and I'm looking at the art, looking at the script, saying that, this is too talkative. There's no room for this word balloon. This needs to be said in 1 sentence instead of 3, those type of things. And you think this line is dead weight. I'm getting rid of it. Or this line doesn't hit like I thought it would. And then you rewrite it. And so I'm rewriting constantly right up until the absolute very end when I send it to the printers. I'll have the letterer send me pages that are finished, and I'll read it with the balloons, and I'll go, change this, change this, change this, which pisses them off. But that's just how I work. Now, when I was working at DC or something and writing something, I didn't have that luxury, right? Once I turned in the script, that was it. But now I do, and I'm constantly rereading it out loud. Kind of doing your dramatic reading, not necessarily with your voices or anything, but you read the script and you see if that line works. Does it sound corny? Does it work? And that's kind of how I work my process. But I always have to figure out, 9 times out of 10, I will figure out, well, almost, I'll say 9 times out of 10, I will figure out the ending, the payoff, before I even start the story. It's like I'm doing a dystopian future story. You kind of come up with a concept, right? You figure out the concept, and then you're like, okay, well, how do I want this thing? What's going to be the payoff? And then you come up with a payoff. You go, okay, now I can work backwards. And so I get this seamless route from the beginning to the payoff. One of the biggest mistakes people make is you start writing, not really sure where you're going to go. And this happens a lot in comics because it's difficult if you're writing a 4 or 6 issue story, right? And you're not really sure where you're going to go every issue. Sometimes someone's going to come in and say, hey, Batman needs to be in this. And I've had that happen so many times. Even the stuff I'm writing, when I was writing like Metamorpho, it was just, oh yeah, can you stick Kanjuro in there? No, I'm sorry. It wasn't, can you stick Kanjuro in there? It was, you need to stick Kanjuro in here. And I'm like, what? In fact, I said to Dan DiDio after he told me that, I was like, how am I supposed to do that? He goes, I don't know. You're the writer. And I'm like, Judas Priest. But then I backed off and said, okay, what's my story? Okay, so how can I alter this so that Kanjuro can come into this story? Kanjuro is this alien overlord. And because it was Dan DiDio wanted, there was going to be something bigger with Kanjuro, and it never materialized. So it ended up being a complete waste of time putting him in the story in terms of continuity down the road. But I was able to use him and make the story work. And it didn't feel like he was added in. He was integrated into and became part of the story through the changes I had to make. So you can get yourself in trouble writing monthly books and then, have this great story arc. And I can think of a couple off the top of my head, but I don't want to call anybody out because they're friends of mine. And some of them, and even if they're not friends of mine, they, I don't want this, oh, Earl Presti went online and said your story sucked. But there are examples where guys wrote these really incredible stories that were just building and building, kind of like Lost, the television show, right? And then you get to the end and it's like, they clearly had no idea where they were going with this. And it just sort of ends with a thud. And you're like, you just drug me along for 6 issues and this is my ending. So I think it's really important to know where you're going before you start. Especially in like these short stories and stuff. So they really pay off. Just dropping an alien overlord, no biggie, right? What I was able to do was in Metamorpho, the father, no, what's that dude's name? I can't even remember now. You guys know who's the bad guy, and it's always there's the gorilla guy, and the guy that controls the gorilla guy is a Sapphire. Is it Sapphire? The chick. I think it's Sapphire, right? And is her first name, but her dad. He's this like corporate overlord kind of guy, and he's doing these experiments on Metamorpho. Well, I thought the best thing I could do is I could bring in Kanjuro because he's using this technology. It's like, where do you get the technology? Got it from Kanjuro. Now Kanjuro wants payback on what he gave him. And so you got this tension. It's almost like a mob boss kind of thing, right? And so he's trying to get his problems with Metamorpho. They got that, Metamorpho versus this guy whose name I still can't remember. And then Kanjuro comes in and is putting pressure on the bad guy. And then Kanjuro has to get involved himself because he doesn't trust that the bad guy's doing what he's supposed to be doing, kind of thing. And so it all worked out. But for a while there, when you had this whole story and Kanjuro was not even a part of it, there was no aliens involved in it. And so you get something like that dropped in your lap and you're like, what am I supposed to do now? But you figure it out. Anyway, let's see here. Slavic one says, I thought the letterer determines where the word balloons go. No, either the writer does or the editor, and it depends on, there's some people that trust their letterer, and I am not that trusting. I've got good letterers. Warren Montgomery's been lettering most of my stuff, and he's really good. Kurt Hathaway lettered some of the stuff in Wraith of God, and he does fine work as well. But I don't trust someone else to look at my artwork and make the decision on what they're going to cover up and what they're not going to cover up, because inevitably your word balloons are covering up something. And so I make those decisions. I make word balloon maps, right? Where you draw on the balloon on a Xerox or a scan of the page, and you draw on word balloons, and you put number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and captions and all that kind of stuff. And then your script has those numbers. Like the first line of dialogue on page 1 will be numbered 1. The second one will be numbered 2. The caption will be number 3. The next word balloon will be number 4. And so they have this sort of script that has all the numbers, right? And then they go to the word balloons that you've drawn out where you want them placed, and then they use that as their guide. And sometimes they'll come in and make a decision that's better than what you had thought, but generally they don't. And so I'm too hands-on to let someone else make those decisions. Sequential Treasures, it's time to check in on the campaign, Aaron. All right, let's do it. Because after all, yeah, we're here for the dramatic readings. Yeah, we're here to talk about comic books, but we're also here to push Kit Carter. Boom. Okay. Survey says, oh, we're over 67. How about that? Thank you guys so much. 6 hours to go. Will we make it the entire 6 hours? I don't know. My voice is already going. But thank you guys so much. Again, let's take a quick look at this right in the middle of the show. You have your hardcover edition, signed and numbered limited edition. Be signed and numbered by me, of course. And it has like an extra art gallery in the back of the book that you won't get in the soft cover. This cover, of course, is by me, inked by me, colored by Kelsey. This is the Chris Stevens alternate painted cover. This is on the soft cover. So you have a hardcover edition with its own cover and a soft cover edition with its own cover. This will be just this will just have the story in it, and that's all. The extras will be in the hardcover. Here's some pages. This is the Lava Man, also known as Magma. And there's a double page spread of Kit Carter facing him off. No, I just lost my thing. Oh, there we go. Pencils by me, inks by Matt Ryan. And this will be colored by Kelsey as well. I got so many windows open, I'm getting lost. Let's make this a little bit bigger if I can. It's as big as it wants to go. This is some of the artwork that's in the gallery in the hardcover. This is by Gary Martin. This is a riff on a Frank Frazetta Buck Rogers cover where he inserted Kit Carter in there. This is what was originally going to be the cover, and I changed my mind, and that'll now be in the gallery. It'll be colored by Kelsey as well. You got t-shirts that you can get, black or teal. This is the design that is on the cover. I think I'm going to make this a little bit more red back here, just to pop it a little bit more. So I'm going to tweak the color on that a little bit. Here's the Kit Carter sketchbook. This will have like, I conceptualized Kit Carter back in, I think, 2012, 2011. So I've got over a decade worth of roughs and sketches and stuff. I thought, you know what, why don't I put these all in a book? And so that's what I'm going to do. And some of the pieces are in color, so they'll be represented in this book in full color. Then we have the insert movie poster, 14 by 36 inches. Okay. So this is going to be like an actual insert movie poster. Those long, narrow ones is what I'm talking about. You don't see them much anymore, but they were a big thing back in the 50s, 60s, and even into the 70s, a little bit into the 80s too. I have a Raiders of the Lost Ark poster that is an insert. And so this is the color rough. This isn't the final art. This is just the color rough for it. But this is exactly the layout. It'll just be the painting. The painting will be much more finished, obviously, than this. Planet Doom. Then we have our little Empire Comics presents as a Cold Crocodile Press incorporated production of an Aaron Lopresti film, Kit Carter and Merv the Astro Chimp in Planet Doom, written, produced, and directed by Aaron Lopresti. What can I say? An Empire Comics release, rated PG, because we want you to be able to bring the kids too. You can get a shot glass, Kit Carter, laser engraved shot glass to go along with your Wraith of God and Garbage Man shot glasses. There'll be 6 total in this entire set, and we're gonna create a little wooden, well, probably wooden holder where you can set your 6 shot glasses in them. So that'll be really cool. That'll be on when we do the last campaign that has the last shot glass in it. That'll be also available. We've got a bunch of trading card stretch goals. 2 of them have already been hit. You can get by David Williams. 3 of those cards are by David Williams. Add-ons, Garbage Man trade paperback, Power Cube trade paperback. You can get the second printing with the new cover of Wraith of God #1. There's a black and white variant. There's only 300 of those printed. Or you can get the color one. And you can also get Blood Hunters, which is shipping right now. I literally took 100 packages to the post office this afternoon. And so this is shipping out. We've shipped out really close to 900 orders so far. So we're moving. And someone asked earlier if they added Blood Hunters onto the Kit Carter, could they get them earlier? No, they're going to ship all together. It's just, it's too complicated. And that's how I get orders screwed up, is when I start separating stuff. What you can do, however, though, is if you don't want to wait, you can contact me directly, at aaron@aaronlopresti.com, and say, hey, I want to buy a copy of Blood Hunters, and I'll hook you up. I'll ship it out right away, or at least as soon as I get the all this campaign fulfilled. Then, so 2 weeks from now, I could get one out to you. Yes. There's a couple pages of original artwork still left for sale on there. Which ones are they? I think these all were sold. What's left? Okay. We've got the Merv page and this last page of the story with a kind of big shot of Kit. Let's go ahead and take a look at these. This page right there, which has Schmagma on it. And then this kind of Merv-centric page has Kit on it, but mostly Merv. So those are the 2 pages left for sale. All the other ones have been sold. So anyway, that's what we're pushing tonight, you guys. Again, appreciate your participation. Spread the word. We've got 6 hours left. I don't know how long I'll make it, but we're going to start drawing here in just a minute, and then we'll see where we go after that. But for right now, we're at 67,000. Would really like to get this to 70 if we can do it tonight. We shall see if we have the numbers or not. When ballers start going, it's going to get rough and tumble around here. Okay. Lord Hinson says, great job on the campaign, Aaron, especially with the shadow ban. Thank you so much. And that is true. We are being shadow banned. Politics are a wonderful thing, aren't they? Anyway, so you have to use the direct link to get to the campaign. You do that by clicking on the link in the description of this video, or you can go to kitcarterplanetdoom.com, which I own, and you can click on that and it'll take you right to the campaign. So a lot of options out there. You can go to any one of my social media sites, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. All of the links to the campaign are listed there on my home pages. So Eric Hutfill says, I got Blood Hunters. I've read about half of it so far. It is a big book. Let's see here. Leg kick for $2. Hey, Aaron, Sequential Treasures would like a link. Yeah, we'd all like a link. We'll see. I'm going to draw and we'll see, James. We'll see. Maybe. Let's see what I want to do here as we go on. Geek Avenger for $5. I had to log on to make sure I had Kit Carter, the sketchbook, and the shot glasses. Thank you, Geek. I appreciate the $5. And I thank you for supporting the campaign. So anyway, let's take a look at what I've got here on the old drawing board. Wouldn't that be nice if I was in focus? Come on, baby. Get in focus. This I did on Graybeards. This is, of course, Pitt. We were doing Comicsgate characters, and I don't know if it was actually fair to do Pitt because Dale sort of brought him over. But if you don't watch Graybeards, it's every Wednesday at 1 o'clock Pacific time. And every Wednesday. And we usually have me, David, Gary Martin, and David Williams, and Kelsey Shannon. So there you go. All right. I wanted to do a little bit of Kit Carter here. I've done so many drawings over. I'm trying to think of, new poses, new situations. Oh, speaking of which, if you haven't seen it, this is the reference to Dan Lawless's piece. Well, where the heck is it? There we go. There it is right there. Now Dan did this as like a computer sketch, and he didn't put a lot of time into it. So he wanted to beef up the line quality and stuff because he's afraid that it would get fuzzy if reproduced at a larger format. So right now, I plans to put this in the sketchbook, and or pardon me, the gosh darn it, the art gallery in the back of the hardcover. So some people want it to be a cover, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not doing an extra cover. I didn't really plan on doing it. I'm not going to do it. I was thinking about maybe as the back cover. I don't know. I'm going to use it some way, shape, or form. But Dan is, like I said, he's cleaning up the line work and everything on it so that it'll reproduce better. But just a beautiful face. The hair is fantastic. It was one of those things that I hadn't, again, it's funny when people do stuff like this, just sort of for the heck of it, and they show it to me, and it's like, oh, I didn't budget for this, but oh my gosh, I got to use it. So we'll figure out a way. We shall figure out a way. Arta Broy says, have her running hard from some crazy slimy monster, Aaron. Would Kit Carter run, or would she take the fight to him? Exactly. Barbara Eden is Kit Carter. Yeah. You know what someone actually said, and I thought it was really good. When I removed the nipple protrusions off of there, that it changed your focus from that to her face, which is where it should be anyway. So, Mighty Joe, a new shirt. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I like that. That's not a bad idea. I like that a lot. Okay, let's see. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'll kind of use Art of Roy's uh, suggestion here. We're going to go in with a blue pencil, a light blue, coal erase. Of course, when you're drawing Kit Carter, it's all about the figure, isn't it? Well, the face and the figure, I guess. So we'll have her being maybe. I know every time I do anything that even remotely looks like tentacles or something, I'm getting in trouble from the Malin crowd. If I Shane Davis and the like, I sort of which is never my intention to do something that inappropriate, shall we say? At least inappropriate for me. I got to maintain my wholesome standards. I must. Which doesn't make me the most fun guy to invite to a party, but we'll do some sort of like, I don't know, sticky, slimy kind of. As you can see, technique wise, I go in and use a blue pencil to kind of do my underdrawing. And I don't really do like the stick figure thing. I kind of use these. I use the meandering pencil, I guess, be the best way to call it, to create these shapes. Until I get the shape that I want for the figure. And a lot of this is, I've just been doing it long enough that I know how to get, most of the time, what I want from the figure. You know, The Blob with Steve McQueen was on the other night on American Movie Classics. This is true. Art of Roy says, how's the erasability of those coal erase pencils? They erase actually pretty well. If you use the non-photo blue, it tends to be really waxy and you end up pressing too hard so you can actually see the blue line. And with these, I erase them a little bit, but usually not. Because when you scan these, you can remove the blue if you want. There's a feature on Photoshop that after you scan these in as like a full color file, you can just drop the blue. I scan as bitmap. So it doesn't pick up anyway, for the most part. I mean, it does. You'll pick up like little rough spots that you'll have to clean up. But I know there's people that believe totally in this scan in full color and they just clean it up. And I'm like, I do not want to spend half my day cleaning up a page. So I scan it in bitmap, like at 1200 DPI. And then I do minimal cleanup because I don't have to do a great deal of cleanup. And then this needs to stop shaking. I think it maybe wasn't a great idea to mount my camera on mount my camera on the table. Bubble helmet's probably a little big, but I used to draw these bubble helmets with like really thin necks on them, and I thought, well, how in the world did they get that on and off their head? So I've started making them much wider around here, so at least it's somewhat believable that you could actually get your head in that thing. And I got to factor in Merv here somehow. And as soon as you have to start adding accoutrements to everything, and then it's like, I should be doing a jungle comic. That's the only thing, just in little women in little fur bikinis, guys in loincloths, running around killing dinosaurs. I mean, it's pretty much says it all for me. I changed all the gloves and boots on her, and Now I have to check my own reference just to make sure I'm doing it right. All right. I'm going to send out I'm going to send out a link to Sequential Treasures. We used to do a show together back in the day. Maybe we can talk about old movies while I'm drawing this. Bear with me for a second. God, I've got so many screens open, I'm lost. Here we go. All right. There you go, James. Feel free to come in at your leisure. Okay, so back to this. Art of Roy says, Aaron, did you see my 2 Kit Carter pinups I posted on Twix? Isn't that a candy bar? Are you talking about Twitter X? I don't think I did. I saw one that was really sort of like cartoony animated kind of thing. But I haven't I didn't see them yet. But I haven't really been looking that much because I've been, of course, I don't know when you posted them, but I've been doing a lot of fulfillment, and I haven't really been doing much else. So, I mean, I am on Twitter to post stuff, but I don't really look that much when I'm on there because this is like crazy because I'm trying to, this is one of the other problems with doing 2 campaigns at once, essentially. I've got to promote Kit Carter. I got to work on Kit Carter, but I can't do it until I get, I can't do the work on Kit Carter until I get fulfillment done on Wraith of God, because that just would not be the cool and right thing to do. So the campaign's out there and active, but most of my focus is on getting those books shipped out. And I knew it was going to be challenging when I did it, but like I said, it was just, I was in a situation where I had to launch it when I did, or I would have to wait till probably February, and I didn't want to wait that long to get the book out there because it would screw up my my publishing schedule. So, all right, everybody, let's welcome in an old friend of the shows, all the way from, well, I don't know if I want to, I don't want to dox him, but he's in the Northwest, and he is Sequential Treasures. There he is. Hey, James.
The Sequential Wingman has returned.
All right, what do you got on your hand? Did you injure yourself, or is that just for...
kind of, sort of. Got some stuff going on medically, so just got to wear it for a little while. I'll live.
Okay.
Compared to some of the other things I've dealt with this year, that's nothing.
Yeah.
This is easy breezy.
Yeah. So, have you seen any good movies lately?
No, because they don't make them anymore. just ask the Marvels. Just ask the Hunger Games.
Oh my! Wait a minute. Are they doing a new Hunger Games?
They just did one. What is it? The Song of Snakes and Songbirds or something with that chick that's going to be in the woke Snow White remake, the live
Oh,
action.
really? Oh,
That
man.
trashed. Yep, that rap. And then was it Wish, the new animated one from Disney? Wish, that's tanked. I mean, so there are no good movies anymore, Aaron. Don't you know this?
Like, well, I guess I just wait for my local theater here to like show oldies but goodies, and then I'll go watch those.
But there is something I need to ask you.
Yes.
Now, I got this package here
Uh-oh.
last week. The wife did, with her name on it. Now, we know what's in here, but we're not quite sure because we both made orders. So is this just her, Wraith of God Blood Hunters, or are both of ours in here? Because it makes a difference.
Shelly combined them. I said, well, maybe they want them separately, and she was like,
No. I just needed to know. See, because for a whole week I've told her you can't open it because I don't know if mine is in here or not. See, if it's just hers, she can.
No. As I recall, it's both of yours.
Okay, because then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an unboxing video showing this.
Oh, okay.
And in case folks don't realize this, new camera, new computer, headset, microphone. I'm like done up big time now, guys. I'm almost to Aaron's level.
Yes, my camera shakes as I draw and erase. Yeah, I'm knocking that out of the park. Oh my goodness.
Hey, like I said, compared to what I was doing before off a laptop with a crappy camera, I mean, this is big time for me right here.
All right. So I know you're the purveyor of all things cheesy 80s.
Yes.
Give us a good sci-fi recommendation for something maybe off the beaten path a little bit that people are like, I'm going to watch something a little bit unusual.
Galaxy of
What
Terror.
would you recommend?
Galaxy of Terror.
All right, I know the title, but you're gonna have to fill me in.
Roger Corman joint. So right there it tells you want cheesy.
Corman.
There you go. It's Roger Corman.
I didn't say I wanted cheesy. I wanted something maybe a little off the beaten path that was like good. Don't make me waste my time.
Well, it is. Well, it's got what is it? Ray Walston is in this.
The great
Ray Walston. The great Robert Englund before he was Freddy Krueger is in this.
Oh,
the great Sid Haig is in this. I mean, the great was it Erin? What's her name from Happy Days? The one who played Joni.
Really?
She's in it. Yes, it's all these people who are like.
It was like Joni, right? Was it Joni Loves Chachi? Wasn't that?
Yeah, she was. Joni Cunningham. Yes.
Yeah.
Erin Moran. That's it. Erin Moran. That's
there it is. Thank you, guys. Okay, well, give me the plot breakdown here. What would I be? What's your elevator pitch? I'm reading the back of the video box. What is it telling me?
that wouldn't help you out since it's a Roger Corman movie.
Well, give me what it should be on the back of the.
It's sort of like, in a way, it's sort of similar to Kit Carter in the fact that there are these group of galactic type ranger troop that go to this planet where some stuff is going down, and they end up dealing with all this crazy stuff that goes on. Like everyone's getting killed in these various strange ways, and you find out in the end that it was all a test. And when you find out who the one who was testing them is, it's a big surprise. Like, oh, I didn't expect them to be the one who was testing them all this time. And it's really an interesting story. Like for Roger Corman, that is. I mean,
you've got to.
He probably spent all his budget getting all those big stars in the film, and then it's like, oh, I got nothing left. So we just gotta bare bones this story here.
So it's actually like a go to an alien world kind of thing.
Yes, they're going to like some kind of alien planet that they're going to investigate, and like I said, strange happenings are going on, and it ends out to be, it's all been a setup for a big test. They were being tested. So
we're getting treated to special effects Roger Corman style is what you're telling me.
Well, yes, you're going to get the cheesy 80s Roger Corman effects. That's standard.
you know, it always amazed me that that guy made any money on his movies, but I guess they were so cheap he couldn't help but make money on them, right?
Well, I mean, again, you know, look at like I said, look at the people who he had in this film. You got Robert Englund. Of course, it was before he was Freddy Krueger and super famous, so he probably got him cheap. You
You
got
know,
Erin Moran, but this was long after Happy Days, and she was probably hard up for money, so she's taking any gig she can get. So you know that's how he did his magic. He got people who you would know, but they weren't so known that he couldn't afford them.
right? Exactly. You know, it's funny. I saw when I was in film school, I saw a couple movies came out that Jamie Farr was in. You know, from MASH,
Yes.
Klinger from MASH, and he was like the headline guest star or the headline actors, like, and also starring Jamie, you
Starring
know,
Mash's Jamie Farr.
exactly. And you're like, everybody knows who it is, but no one wants to go see it, you know?
They're
But I
like, so
guess,
so what is it? Is it a movie about a guy in a dress? What is this?
yeah. Well, that would be a hit now, right? Well, actually, I don't know if it'd be a hit. They'd make it, but I
No,
don't know
no,
if it'd be a hit.
in the past it would have been a comedy. Today it'd be more of a drama.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like Ed Wood's Glenn or Glenda. Have you ever
But
seen
like you
that?
said about the Marvels, is you know they say we made the movie for women. It's like, but see, we got to understand this is Hollywood talking about women. So when they say we made it for women, what they really mean is we made it for a bunch of blue-haired, horn-rimmed glasses, you know, land whale, box wine ants. That's who we made this for.
and, and none of them have
And the
any
sales
money.
proved that.
Yeah.
The ticket sales proved it.
Yep. Well, I keep thinking they'll learn, but I don't know if they will actually. Because I keep thinking
Yes,
Marvel.
Bilbo Baggins. Yes, I would go with that one as well. Airplane 2. Yes, that's another good one. Another good sci-fi movie from the 80s.
No, what is it? Killers from Space. What is that? Have you seen that?
No, haven't seen
Killers
that.
from Space.
But Airplane 2, I mean, I know you have to love Airplane 2, Aaron. It's got Shat-tastic in it.
Well, that Shatner scene is, you know, that's the main reason that I would watch that movie, or I did watch that movie. The blinking and the flashing and blinking lights.
I just love the scene where it looks like he's talking to him on like the intercom, you know,
Right.
thing. And then he opens it up and it's a door and he was just talking to him through a mirror and it's just
Right.
hilarious. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's perfect.
Yeah. I just saw my daughter is binge watching that 70s show. And I keep walking downstairs and she's got it on. And who was the guy that was the star of Airplane? What was his name? The actor?
Robert Hayes.
Yeah, Robert Hayes. Robert Hayes was in this in the show as the one guy who's now in jail for rape. That guy's character. It was like his estranged dad, and runs into him in a bar or something. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's Robert Hayes. So he was playing an alcoholic bum of a dad, which is a bit of a stretch from what his role in Airplane.
Where he's an alcoholic pilot.
That's right. He had a drinking problem, didn't he? I forgot about that.
Yes, he has a drinking problem, right into the eye.
I don't recall him ever being in anything before that or after that.
I mean, I'm sure he's done some stuff. It's just nothing anybody cared about. They're like, yeah, you're not doing Airplane movies. We don't care.
Mm-hmm. Same with Julie Haggerty. Whatever happened to her?
I don't know, but in Airplane 2, they had Kitten Natividad, one of Russ Meyer's vixens.
She was in. Not that I would know this, but she was in Beneath the Valley of the Ultra Vixens.
Yes, and she was in Airplane 2. She is moral majority. You never see her face. It's just this they're panning across people, and you don't see the faces, and you see the shirt says moral majority, and that's her. That's she's in the film. We didn't even need her face. Now we don't need your face. We just need this. Now they'll know who you are.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody will recognize these. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. See, you learn something new every day. I don't know if it's valuable knowledge, but it is something that I've actually learned. So
I've learned, Aaron, that when it comes to me, if the knowledge is of value, I don't have it. But if it's worthless knowledge, just come to me. I can hook you up 6 ways to Sunday.
Exactly. I'm the same way. If I used to be a Trivial Pursuit master back when they first came out with the I believe it was called the Genesis edition. I was practically unbeatable, but now
An old game show I used to watch that I was really good at was Tic-Tac-Toe. Remember that?
yes.
Wheat Martindale.
Well, it was Tic-Tac-Doe, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was called
If you're
Tic-Tac-Toe, but they played it like Tic-Tac-Toe, but they
right.
played Tic-Tac-Toe, and yeah, and I used to all they do the I could, if I was sit there and watch that now, I could probably answer like all the questions. Just worthless, useless information that doesn't matter.
It was like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day as he sat there in front of the with the old people watching Jeopardy and getting all the questions right because he'd seen the episode a million times.
And they're all thinking he's like a genius. Wow, you're
Yeah.
like you're at 160 IQ.
I don't know. I kind of
I told the wife, I said that I missed my calling. I was born too late. I should have been born like 20 years earlier, and then I could have been like on those shows, winning all the money all the time. I could have been that guy.
That's right. You could have been the guy.
I could have been the guy. I could have been the guy with winning $100,000 on Tic-Tac-Toe and Joker's Wild and all those shows. Man, I'd have been rich.
I watched this clip. It was for Wheel of Fortune. And it just shows this guy guessing. And he goes, I take a guess, and he goes something like bitches are the future. And everybody just started laughing their heads off. And Pat Sajak is laughing and he goes, this is Wheel of Fortune. What are you thinking? And it turned out the thing was Bitcoins are the future. Bitcoin are the future, something like that. And it was so funny. I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, South Park made fun of that. They had Randy Marsh, Stan's dad on the show, and it was a type. It was people was the category, and it had all the letters up except for an E, and then there was an N and a G with a one missing in the middle, and they're like, what is it? And so he says the word that you're not supposed to say, and then they change it, so it's naggers. Like a type of people, they like people who nag you, and it's just hilarious.
Oh my God.
Leave it to South Park.
Yeah, they have no shame.
They also take no prisoners, as Disney can attest.
Oh my gosh, that was brutal, but hilarious.
It's only funny because it's true.
That I know, that's the thing, right?
Oh, it wouldn't be funny if it weren't true.
Good old Kathleen Kennedy, yet she seems to keep her job through thick and thin. It's
but
I don't know.
You should use Dan's image. You should use Dan's image as the back cover for the collection. That would be great.
I'm thinking about it.
Although, as we see, he's still on his Barbara Eden fetish.
Well,
every time he draws a blonde, she has to look like Barbara Eden.
That's a good fetish to have. Barbara Eden was like beauty. Even when I was a little kid watching videos and
your favorite 60s TV shows, you threw into the, you said, yeah, I watched Georgie and Genie, but that's only because Barbara Eden was smoking hot.
That's the only reason I watched it. Even as a little kid, I was like, I recognized that's a good looking woman right there.
Look, a hot blonde that calls you master. What man doesn't like that?
Well, that was the thing I thought was so stupid about the show was that he's got this beautiful genie and he's out like dating other women and he's got this genie at home and he's no interest in. I'm like, this is so fake. There's no way.
Well, my whole thing is the thing about it is she always wanted to just please him. It's like, that thing gets me is like, why would you go for a modern woman who's going to be all like feminist and like, I can make my own money and I'm my own person and I don't need no man. Why would you want to go for that person? You got the person at home who just is doing everything in their power to please you. Why would you want anything else?
Well, I think they finally figured that out, right? Because they ended up, being romantically involved, her and Larry Hagman or whatever.
Yeah, and then they got her married in the final season of the series. Yeah. They got married. And then shortly thereafter, the series was over.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point, when you make that sort of commitment, you know that you're on your last leg. It's like, we got to do something. Oh, marry him. You go, well, that's the death knoll. Because that's, people everybody they say they want that stuff to happen, but when it does, it inevitably ruins the show, and the it lessens the tension that's there, the romantic or sexual tension that's there between the two characters just absolutely goes away.
Spambot here says something that might be why there was problems with the sexual tension. It's right here. It's what Spambot says.
Maybe genies smell bad.
I mean, every time she showed up, there's a cloud of smoke. I mean,
Well, it was pink smoke though, so it had to be like like aromatic and
but do we know that? We don't know.
We don't.
It could have smelled like fisherman's boots. Who knows?
Exactly. Oh my goodness. Let's speaking of Kit Carter, let's take a quick look at the campaign. That's why we're doing this right now. Okay, boom, there it is. I'll do a quick refresh, see if we got any action here in the last few. Yeah, we did. Look at that. Still climbing up there. 664 backers. Let's get this to 670. That's a modest, goal. I think we can do that. Real quick, in case we have any newer people here, I'm guessing people are heading over to Ballers at this point, but do what we can. Kit Carter is no
ranger. Because here and watch us talk about I Dream of Jeannie.
That's right, exactly. Why would anyone do that? I'll bring up a picture of Barbara Eden, and then that'll change everything. Kit Carter is an elite ranger in the Galactic Alliance Freedom Force, that's also known as GAF. And along with her partner, Merv the Astro Chimp, she polices the galaxy, bringing the most dangerous villains and tyrants to justice. Lord Menace is the tyrant king of a dying, monster-infested planet, codenamed Planet Doom. In a dangerous and desperate move, he acquires the ire of every time I say that, I go, he acquires the ire of Amanon, but he actually acquires the eye of Amanon and employs its unmatched power to rejuvenate his planet and create forces to conquer the galaxy. Kit and Merv are dispatched to stop him. But is this the one adversary that even they can't handle? Find out in this irreverent space adventure inspired by 1950s sci-fi B movies and comics. It's 8.5 by 11.
I would say this is, if you acquired Amonon's eye, I think you would get his ire from taking his eye.
You probably would. Yeah.
So it still works, Aaron. He still has the ire of because he took his eye.
Exactly. So I think that maybe it works either way. I feel better about it now. Thank you. So that's our hardcover right there. That's 64 pages, 8.5 by 11, at least 64 pages. The hardcover, of course, will have a gallery of art in it that won't be in the soft cover. Here's the soft cover. The cover is by Chris Stevens, the great Chris Stevens.
The great Chris Stevens.
That's right. Shelley was lurking around in the background, but now she's gone. You're what?
I'm lurking.
Yeah, she's lurking. So she says hi to the chat. Here we have our Molten Man, who people like to mispronounce his name to create some sort of gross bodily fluid out of it, but it's not true. It's schmagma, like magma. Get it? And then there's Kit, double page spreads. Those are pages 1, 2, and 3. Here's the pinup by Gary Martin. That'll be in the gallery section of the book. It's based on the Frank Frazetta Buck Rogers cover from the 50s. Here's a cover that was going to use, but is no longer a cover. It's now in the gallery, and there'll be several other items in there. And you can get a Kit Carter t-shirt, black or teal. You can get the Kit Carter sketchbook, which is also 8.5 by 11 and fits nicely with your 8.5 by 11 graphic novel right there on the shelf. And then, of course, you're going to want to put this on your wall. It's a 14 by 36 insert movie poster size poster. I think that's redundant, but it is the insert movie poster size, and it is Kit Carter Galactic Ranger Planet Doom rated PG. So you can bring the kids. Kit Carter laser etched shot glass. It's right there, folks. Make sure you get those to add it to your shot glass collection. There'll be 6 in total when we're all done. Wraith of God, Garbage Man, Kit Carter, probably the Nightclub. And then we'll see who else I decide to put on there. Maybe Power Cubed. They got a nice little logo there. You can get Garbage Man and Power Cube trade paperbacks as add-ons. You can get the the second print of the first issue of Wraith of God, both in the black and white ultra rare cover, only 300 copies of those, or the color. This is new art for the second print. This cover is only available on the second printing. Or if you missed Wraith of God Blood Hunters, you can add them on right here. Or you can just contact me directly, and I can at aaron@aaronlopresti.com, and we can get you hooked up with a Blood Hunters book if you haven't got one.
And they will get it to you in a nice, well-protected package.
That's right. I use a lot of tape, and like to keep those things fresh and safe for those of you out there that are collectors in the audience.
So go out and stick it to Bidenomics, folks. Back kick Carter to dead.
Indeed. Can't wait to see the Bernie Wrightson influence up close. Oh, you'll see it. Actually, if you want to see the Bernie Wrightson influence up close, you'll want to get a copy of Wraith of God Blood Hunters, the award-winning cover by me. Just saying. I didn't vote on the awards, folks. I just accept them. But there's a Garbage Man story in here. Let's kind of... Let me go big on me.
Wow, look at that boot.
There's some Wrightsonism right there. It's creepy. It's crawly. I'd like to show you the rest of this because it really gets Wrightsony, especially in the way that Dan Lawless colored it. But
oh wow, look at that gravesite. That's definitely Wrightsony. Yeah, that's definitely Wrightsony right there.
There you go. So yeah, whenever I draw monsters, it becomes fairly clear that I have a heavy Wrightson influence. So Fox Mulder says, I'm surprised you haven't updated the campaign page. The newer version of the 2-page spread looks even more incredible in color. That's because Kelsey's not done with it. The one that I shared on Twitter still needed some stuff fixed on it, and he hasn't done it yet, so I haven't put it up on the campaign. But it will be there eventually. Jimmy Reyes has returned. Remember to back Jimmy Reyes's book, Dragon Rage, on Indiegogo as well.
After you back Kit Carter, of course.
Right. You got to get your priorities. Wizard Sleeve says, no more spoilers. Okay. All right. I won't. People are still demanding that I make Dan Lawless's drawing a cover. I'm not going to do it. So quit trying to push me around. It's not going to happen.
I said, just make it the back cover, and then you can tell them, okay, see, it's a cover. It's the back cover. See, they get what they want, and you don't have to do any extra work.
But it'd be so nice on the inside, on that nice paper on the inside. But I guess if I did it as a back cover, then both the paperback and the hardcover, you get it on both. So everybody would get to experience it. Maybe that would be the nicer thing to do so that everybody gets a chance to enjoy Dan Lawless's fine artwork. Maybe that's what I'll do. But who's to say what I'll do? I'm a man of mystery.
That's just a fancy way of saying indecisive.
That's right. So I haven't made up my mind yet. I don't have a clue what I'm going to do with it. We shall see. I might. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know, or I'd tell you. Going to drop a little more sticky goop here. That kid. I should put. Would it be disgusting when I put eyeballs
just please
in
tell
here?
me the goop will not be colored white. Just tell me that, please.
No, my gosh. Blech. I won't. No. But should I put some eyes in here though? Maybe I'll do that. That's kind of disgusting, isn't it? Alien eyes looking. Look at this. Now if I can just remember how to do her gloves and boots, I'll have this thing.
See, Fox Mulder agreed with me. Back cover is probably the best idea. See, there it is. Everyone agrees, Aaron. You just gotta make Dan's image the back cover. Everyone will love that.
Everybody's always pushing me around, saying, "Hey, this is what you should do, Aaron." I'm not committing to anything yet. Art of Roy says, "Make it a centerfold, Aaron." That would actually be kind of funny, wouldn't it?
but then Dan would have to do an uncensored version if you're going to make it a centerfold.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying. However, I'm trying to think of an example of a centerfold that wouldn't necessarily be pornographic, but I can't think of any.
Yes.
Usually, what do they do in National Geographic? Are there centerfolds in National Geographic? Do they, the 2-page spread of the pyramids or something? Maybe, I don't know.
Yes, Aaron, 2 pyramids.
No, they're 2 domes, I think is what you're.
That's right. They rounded those. They covered them so you had the little nip points at the top. That's what they did. They covered them.
That was a gag in Police Squad, or that's what the television show was called. What was it? The Naked Gun. That was a gag in The Naked Gun. He was like Leslie Nielsen are driving back from San Diego, and if you're going from San Diego to L.A. On the west side, there's like this power plant thing there, and it has these 2 domes that have 2 tips on them that look like 2 boobs, basically. And he says, "I couldn't get her out of my mind. Everywhere I looked, I saw her." And they drive by these 2 domes, and you're like, oh, okay.
Oh well, here you go, Spambot. He's got your action on this. World's first non-porno centerfold, only in Kit Carter, Planet Doom.
Wow, there is something kind of fun and enticing about doing that. See, that's another thing. Maybe I could do that instead of the back cover. I could do a centerfold in the middle of the book. That would be kind of funny, actually. See, we got some good suggestions in the chat. I'm going to take that under advisement. So they said in Jaws.
But Mighty Joe still wants it as a shirt. He goes, shirt. I could get my girl to wear that.
That would be I think that is a great idea. That is a great shirt design. I might do that. Because I really like that image.
Carter's chest on the shirt with the woman's chest, and it's like this. So there it is. It's like it's right there. You're getting the 3D effect.
Exactly. Well, you know what? I'm definitely, as I think about it, I'm definitely doing the shirt because I don't know why I didn't think of that, but I'm definitely going to do the shirt. Then I'm gonna have to figure out but I don't want people like refunding the other shirt to get Dan's. So I have to be careful that yeah. Suddenly I'm not so popular anymore. I'm gonna cancel Dan's shirt if you guys keep canceling my shirt order.
See, that's why I said the back cover was the way to go. It pleases everybody. Everybody gets the image. They don't have to buy anything special to get it. It doesn't risk damaging any of the other property that's on the campaign. I'm just saying.
There's much to be considered going forward. That is for sure. All right. I think what's really bad is when you have to check reference on your own character. That is that's an indictment, I think, on me that for some reason I'm unaware of what my character's costume looks like. I should know these things.
Well, that's because you're trying to maybe you're getting too involved with the details of it. You need to make it more simplistic, like they used to back in the old days of comics.
Well, the reason I redid her boots and gloves is because I felt it was too simplistic. I want to give it a little design element, and now I got to check it every time I do it to make sure I do it right. Like, What was I thinking? After I do about 10 or 15 pages, I'll have it memorized again. But right now, I'm kind of like, wait a minute, does that go there?
Well, you're making the same mistake they did in the New 52 is, hey, let's take Batman and Superman suits and put all these little pin lines through them all and make it all try to look like it's armoristic and, it looks so cool. And it's like, yeah, now try drawing that, for 50 issues and see how fun that is.
Yeah, you may be onto something, but I've already committed, so I've got to got to stay with it. But as I like to say on Graybeards, this is just a sketch. It's just a sketch. So you can have a little bit of leeway here. Although
just like it's not a competition unless I win. Then it's a competition, but otherwise,
everybody. No, it's not a competition. But if everybody wants to tell me that they think mine is the best, then I'm totally on board with that. I think that's completely reasonable. Now, I obviously don't have any competition tonight, so if I got people in the chat saying that this isn't their favorite piece, then I'm really in trouble.
If you come in third tonight, Aaron, that's really bad.
It's all over. It's all over. No,
Aaron Lopresti, the only man that can come in fifth in a two-man race.
I know. It's a sad state of affairs for sure. I don't know what I'm gonna. Do I have to put? If I have to put Merv in here, then it's like I have to double my work, and my pencil is getting really, really small.
Have Merv have another tentacle grabbing at his space beer, and they're both tugging on it or something? He's fighting for the space beer.
That is better. I'll do that. Thank you, James. You've contributed immensely to this piece.
This isn't the first time I've ever done that,
No, that's true.
I know. I did this once before at a convention. I was there. It was 2002. And Inker Randy Emberlin was there. And I've met Randy at several shows by this point. And I had him got him to do a sketch for me for a friend of mine who was a big Batman fan. So I said, yeah, I got to do Batman for me. He was, okay, cool. I got this one guy I'm finishing up here, and then I can get to yours. And then he was doing Cobra Commander in the hood. And he got him standing there with like with a wall behind him with some shots in it, and he's holding this big rifle. And I'm looking at it as he's finishing it up. I'm like, what would be really cool? He goes, what's that? I go, if you threw on some lines there, some smoke out of the barrel, you just got them blasting away. And he's like, hey, that's not a bad idea. And so, we threw on a couple lines, and there it is, smoking. And then he finished it, put it down. He started to get to work on the one for my friend. So about 5-10 minutes later, the guy who got the Cobra Commander comes back to his table and is like, hey, Randy, I just came to check in on you. He goes, oh, yeah, I got your done. Here it is. And he hands it to him. And the guy looks at it, he goes, oh, man, that's awesome. He goes, I really love the smoke, too, coming out of the barrel. And then Randy went, and without missing a beat, I went, yeah, you're welcome. And the guy looked at me funny, and Randy's like, oh, yeah, that was his idea. So I have milliseconds of genius. I just don't have the ability to draw like you guys do.
You can come up with the ideas. I just can't articulate them.
I can't get it from my head to my hand onto the paper. That's the problem.
That is really the challenge. Let's see here. There we go.
Moral to the sketch: never take Phil Diaz's beer.
Exactly. Poor Phil. I think I've given him new life by making him the Astro Chimp.
You made him more famous.
That's right. Absolutely. I don't even remember who first said that. Hey, God, it looks like Phil Diaz when I did the Merv trading card in the last campaign.
Yes.
So we'll get a little bit of Merv angst here as he's the reoccurring theme of him always losing his beer to some sort of alien creature.
Well, I mean, that's that one page you still have on the campaign is Merv is freaking out because he's afraid he's out of steam because he ran out of space beer. He had to run and get some more.
Well, and I will I will spoiler this. It will continue to be an issue for him in the graphic novel.
Yeah, I thought about maybe getting like, you know, if I know you only got time now, but I was thinking like get a commission from you, have you do Kit Carter for me, and have a play on the Copper Tone Girl, have her like she's out of her uniform and like just in like the undergarments, and like Phil is grabbing at like her lower part and then pointing it at a refrigerator that's empty because there's no space beer in it. And Merv is all like just looking so like like no, there's no more. We're all out. We got to get more.
Give me more beer. I saw someone just did a take on that Copper Tone ad, and I'm trying to remember who it was. Because I remember seeing it going, oh, that's great. And then now I can't remember. Well, you know, old age. It's a terrible thing.
Hey, don't remind me. In less than 2 months, I turned 50.
Oh, to be 50 again. Never thought I'd say that.
Well, I knew I'd say it. I just didn't think it'd be so soon.
Yeah.
You know, when I graduated high school, I was 17 and a half, and I'm like 50. That's like 30 something years away. It took forever to get to 17 and a half. How long is that going to take? Well,
Oh
not
my
as long as I
gosh.
thought.
I remember the good old days, man. When we used to think, oh, the year 2000, that's so far away. I don't know if we'll ever get there.
And now we wish we could go back to it.
Exactly.
Can we go back to 2000, please?
Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather deal with Y2K bugs. I'll deal with that. That's fine.
I was just a mild 36 years old back then.
I was 26.
Well,
speaking of birthdays,
yeah.
I'm going to give you a heads up. You will be getting a package from me in the mail in the near future for Christmas. A little something I got for you, a little Christmas surprise. So be aware of it.
Well, my goodness, thank you. That's very kind.
I'm sure that what I put in this you will enjoy. Let me just put it. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but whatever it is, I know you will enjoy it. That's all I'll say.
Well, all right.
I know the Amla Presti sweet spot, and I hit it.
Oh, man. You know, the one thing that the Image guys never really had to worry about, or never apparently ever did worry about, was those
making deadlines.
Yeah, well, that too. But the giant shoulder pads, right? Because you can only do your movement is very restricted when you have these gigantic shoulder pads on these characters. What I'm finding is these bubble helmets are getting in the way of some of the positions that I put these characters in. And so I got to kind of, fudge my way around it here so that it works, even though it probably really wouldn't work. Like you wouldn't be able to lift your arms above your head very well with these giant bubble helmets on. This pose I got Merv in right now is challenging me a little bit because of the position of it, but you just kind of have to kind of fake your way through it.
Hey, Marcus. Yes, I may only be 50, but believe me, inside I feel like I'm 50. I feel like I'm 90. So there you go. It's especially after the year I've had this year with medical things. Yes, believe me, I feel much older than 50.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's a lot of people that have dealt with medical issues this year. I don't know if it's something in the water or what, but I know Graham Nolan had, a few things he had to deal with. And although our good friend Mike Barron, who's really old, seems to be in pretty good health. So good for him.
No, but here it is. All of us are having health problems and physical problems, and yet RT Bear just goes along merry along his way, just like nothing ever happens.
He's got the Lazarus pit, so
that must be. those damn Lazarus pits, man. They're what you want.
Okay. You know, I don't like this face. Look at this. Look what I'm doing. Are you kidding me? What the heck?
Maybe more of an expression of like ew on her face.
It's more of the position of the head. It's just that straight on stuff to me. I don't know why I do it. I do it all the time, and then I get bored with it and go, that's a boring. I need to, do like a 3/4 shot or something like that so that it's just more interesting looking, at least to me, and I don't know. And then I end up doing everything like this, and so then the straight-ons, I never do straight-ons, and so maybe I should do straight-ons because I don't ever do them because I always talk myself out of them after I've already started them. Tell you. The trials and tribulations of an artist.
They never end.
No. Don't. They already like it better. Mike is medicated and didn't Art just have back surgery? Mike is medicated. He's talking about Mike Barron. And didn't Art just have back surgery? No, actually, you're right. He does have. I don't think he did have it yet, but I think it's got it coming up. Iodine 74 says, I do 50 next year. Spambot 35. So he's still young.
I remember when I was 35.
Yeah.
I remember when I was 25. I was still single, though I was engaged.
Kellraiser says, Philbo Baggins, Plug with all of his Marvel Monsters books probably influenced me more than Wrightson. Yeah, Plug. Plug was like the monster guy at Marvel for those early 70s. I mean, he worked on everything. I think he even drew a little bit of, maybe he didn't draw. Did he draw any of Son of Satan? I can't remember, but he did do Ghost Rider, he did Werewolf by Night, and Frankenstein Monster. That's like.
He also did some Man-Thing, I believe, didn't he?
Yes, he did. You're absolutely right. Did about what was it? Issue number, I think 6 was his first, and he went through 13, so about 7 issues. So.
Yeah, but the only character over at Marvel that it was monster related that he didn't do was Tomb of Dracula, and that's because Gene Colan was just the man. You couldn't touch Gene on Dracula.
Art of Roy says, I got a splinter in my palm the other day. Tried slicing my hand open with an X-Acto and pull it out with pliers. Nice. It was over 2 inches long and embedded. Doctor's trip, 150. Yikes.
Ouch.
I was working in a bar when I was 16 as a cook, and I was wiping down this counter, and it was this rustic kind of hard wood, and I wiped my finger across, like there was a shelf edge like this, and I wiped my finger across like this really fast, and this was all like on rough wood, and I jammed a splinter up underneath my fingernail. It went in probably like that far, and the bartender took a pair of he got a fork and bent it into a pair of tweezers, got a grip on the thing because he had to dig in a little bit and yank that sucker out. So I didn't end up going to the hospital to get it removed, but holy smokes, you want to talk about that hurt. That hurt. And I was in my drawing hand too. But I lived to tell the tale. But yeah, that was not a pleasant experience.
And that's when that's the day that Aaron made the vow to himself he would never again touch another piece of wood except his own. Because then he knows he won't get any splinters.
That's right. I did actually vow at a very early age to not do anything remotely dangerous that might keep me from being able to draw. So skiing, things like that. I was like, all I need to do is, especially when I actually started working and it was like the livelihood of my family. I was like, I am not doing anything that could potentially injure me so that I can't draw. So I became sort of a cowardly lot, sort of like a Batman villain. As I got married and got a family, because I was like, I can't afford to.
The Batman villain, the monogamist.
Exactly.
No, Kellraiser here is saying Plug did do Dracula in Werewolf by Night number 15, which continued from Dracula number 18. Yes, that's true, but I was talking in reference to the series. He never worked on the Tomb of Dracula series.
That's right. I did forget about that issue, although I do have it. And I recently got a the first team up, which is in was the issue we just talked about. Let's
Yeah, it was a crossover. Yep.
Yeah, it was the first. It was in Tomb of Dracula. What do you say? 15 or something like that.
18.
18, and then it crossed over to
Werewolf by Night number 15.
Yes, I got both of those.
Why am I not surprised? Mighty Joe's got no sympathies for us. He goes, wussies, wrap it up and duct tape it and get back to work.
Exactly. I stapled
that was my father's way, man. He's just well, he's like he never went to doctors if something was wrong, and just drink some antacid or tape it up, put on a Band-Aid. I got work to do.
Well, that's the thing. Is like when we were kids, we weren't going to the doctor unless it was major, like a broken bone or something. I stapled my hand when I was like in kindergarten because I was using one of those power staplers, for not a staple gun, but it was one of those staplers that, construction guys used for.
Yeah.
And I had the wrong end sticking in my palm and I pushed down on it, shot a staple right into my hand. My dad yanked it out, and I may have later gone to my doctor's office to get a tetanus shot or something, but there was no hospital back in those days. It's like, yeah, tough it up, kid. You'll be fine.
Let's see. One time with me, I was playing with this kid who was in the neighborhood, and my parents had put this little fence up in our front yard, and there was extra pipes left over from the fencing. And I got in my head with the kid. I'm like, hey, let's set this up on this brick thing here, and we'll look at each other through the other end. We'll see each other's eyes through this. And it's like, all right, cool, let's do that. What I didn't know is his plan was as soon as I put my eye up on it, he shoved on it and hit me in the head with it. What he didn't realize was my end had the sharpness on the edge of it, where you drive it into the ground. And so it cut right along on my eyebrow. And I remember my mother tells me that she goes, I came up, my hand over my eye, and I'm like, Mom, it was an accident. He didn't mean it. It was just an accident. He didn't mean it. And she goes, she pulled my hand down from my face, and she had just blood was pouring down the side of my face. I had to go into the hospital. I got I think 3 stitches. And it's like right along the eyebrow. So like you can't even see it today, but if I were to shave the eyebrow off, you'd see a little scar right up there. And it's like, but that was the kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. My brother poked me, and we were sword fighting with wires, if you can believe that. And he poked me right in the eye with one. Luckily it missed got me in the white, and or I would have probably be wearing an eye patch today. And might be a professional pirate as opposed to an artist. So.
Oh, I'm Lopez the Sailor Man.
Jimmy Reyes says Anna kisses all my boo-boos. So that, of course, I believe that we believe that to be his wife.
I hope it's his wife.
Yeah.
If it's not, he's in some trouble.
No, is he though? I mean, he's talking about it pretty openly, so maybe he's not all that worried.
I guess it's true. You could have one of those open marriages that I hear about. That.
Hey, speaking of open marriages, now I always heard that Dolly Parton had an open marriage when she was younger. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that leads me full circle to, let me bring this up. Here we go. Again, if you guys aren't football fans, maybe you didn't see this, but all right, here we go. I'm curious what everybody thinks about this, maybe. I'm digging around here. Hang on a second. Okay, here we go. Did you guys see her at the halftime show on Thanksgiving Day, the football game between Dallas and Washington?
Why?
She's 77 years old, and she's out there in this. I love how her legs and her midsection are completely covered with that, like, tan
Body glitter.
body. Yeah, it's a bodysuit, except her cleavage is hers, but the rest of this is all covered up because I'm like, there's probably stuff going on there that we probably don't want to see.
Well, that's because that the fabric that they use for that bodysuit, it couldn't stretch far enough to get over the top part. That's it's like, look, it's not enough elasticity here. It just doesn't have it.
Yeah, but it's like my number one question, of course, I was upstairs doing something and I came down and I heard Dolly Parton singing. And I'm like, what is Dolly Parton doing? And I realized it was the halftime show of this football game. And I started to look I mean, number one, why are you getting Dolly Parton, 77-year-old Dolly Parton, to perform at the halftime of your show? And then secondly, why do you have her dressed like some 21-year-old? You know what I mean? It was like, I was just like, I was really uncomfortable. I couldn't watch it. I was just like, I used to love Dolly Parton when I was younger. I thought she was beautiful, but it's like, come on. 77, she's like freaking practically 80 years old out there strutting around like Madonna back in her prime.
I guess for 77, she looks really good. I mean, so
right.
I guess
yeah.
Maybe her mindset is, if you got it, flaunt it. But I just don't know why. Why?
The whole thing was really sort of a mystery. I mean, it's like they had like Paul McCartney performed at a Super Bowl once, and he was in his 70s at that point. And I kept thinking, hey, okay, isn't there somebody like? And I like Paul McCartney, don't get me wrong, but it's like, isn't there somebody that they could get that maybe is a little bit more contemporary that might be?
Well, me and my best friend since grade school, we've talked about this, and we say, a lot of these celebrities, it's like they just can't give it up. They've had the fame for so long that it's like right. A drug. It's like it's in their blood. They can't imagine not having it. They can't go back to go, oh, I guess I'll just be a normal person now. No, I gotta be out there, and it's just like, but like nobody wants 75-year-old Billy Joel up there banging on a piano. Nobody wants that, Billy. Stop touring, please. I mean, get a regular job to pay your alimony. I know, just stop.
Well, I don't blame the performers because I get it, right? But someone had to book them, right? And thought this is a good idea. And everybody's always so nice and courteous, and they're like, "Oh yeah, she looks great. It was wonderful." And they're all thinking the same thing. It's like, what in the world was she doing out there?
Well, Philbo Baggins has a good point here on why they got Dolly Parton on. There is at least something to that. To what he says here. No, because most contemporary artists suck. It's like, well, yeah, okay, that's kind of true. The modern talent really isn't that talented. It's almost like you have to reach into the past to find something any good.
Yeah, but the thing that they used to do, like, to play it safe, they'd always get a country star, right? Because they figured they wouldn't do anything lewd. They would, be all American, blah blah blah. So it's like there's young. I mean, why don't they get Carrie What's-Her-Face?
Underwood?
Yeah. Or somebody like that, I mean, I was just like, Dolly Parton at 77 out there strutting around. It's like, I couldn't take it, man.
Well, I guess there must be some demand, because Art of Roy here's got the demand for it.
Still doable at 80. I hung on to my infatuation with Anne Margaret for a long, long time. But even now, even when she was in Grumpy Old Men, I still thought, you know what? For 60 something or whatever she was, I said she still looks pretty good. But now, 80-year-old
again,
Anne Margaret, no thanks.
Ryan Games here. I got to agree with him on that too. That's a good point there as well. Is compared to a lot of modern women, Dolly is still feminine, and that okay, you got me there.
A lot of people were saying, well, at least it's not a dude dressed as a woman, right? It's actually a woman. So I guess maybe that's the only way they knew for sure is they had to get somebody that
had to get someone who was old enough that we know that they didn't.
Yeah, they were definitely a woman the whole time. Oh my gosh. Spambot says, surprisingly, how fast they run out of millions of dollars, though. That's true. I guess when you live that life. Now, Marcus Killiger says, I watched Bruce Springsteen last May and he was great. Well, my daughter went to a Ringo Starr concert. He's traveling all-star band or whatever he calls it. And she went and saw the concert. She's a huge Beatles fan. And he's like 82 and he was still up there, walking around a little slower, but still up there performing. And they had Edgar Winter and actually a pretty good lineup of really old dudes. Steve Lukather from Toto, Colin Hay, the former lead singer of Men at Work. So she got she did get an all-star lineup and they did all of them sing some of their songs and stuff. And it was actually pretty good. My biggest problem is not so much the age, if they can still sing, but it's like parading her around like, I don't know. If she was a 20-something-year-old sex symbol and you're just kind of like, there's something kind of really unseemly about all this. If they'd chosen her, but she was dressed more modestly, perhaps, or elegantly, or something more fitting of a woman her age. I know that sounds very like old fashioned of me to say something like that, but come on.
Well, I mean, it's just the changing of the seasons. It happens. You don't stay that way forever. Nobody does.
Right.
And you got to come to accept it at some point.
Well, maybe they don't. I mean, she's got plenty of plastic surgery to keep her going.
That goes back to the old Twilight Zone episode that I love. Number 12 looks just like you. That would just give you the transformation, and you'll be young forever.
Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. But I mean, didn't they do that in Logan's Run too? Or did they kill them when they got too old?
If you got to a certain age, you died. Yeah, it's like, you're just too old now. We don't want to deal with you getting decrepit on us. So we're just going to take you out now.
Well, all right. I guess that there's a point to all this. But I don't know what it is.
Like Aaron was saying, it's not the fact that she can still sing or whatever. I mean, if she wants to perform, that's fine. But like to perform like she's still 27.
Right. That's my point.
You're not 27. There's a certain give you have to go and say, yeah, could I do this? Sure, but should I? Probably not.
Well, I mean, who is she fooling? Who's out there going, wow, she's hot? You know what I mean?
Well, Art of Roy is, but I mean, we can't go by his taste.
Other than Roy. Now, I will say this about women who have aged well. Speaking of Logan's Run, there's Farrah Fawcett had a very kind of small role in this film. Jenny Agutter, she was of course also in American Werewolf in London, but she was also in the Avengers movies as one of the the council that was supposedly in charge of the whole Avengers project, all the politicians. And, for an older gal in that movie, she still looked pretty good.
But actually, Art of Roy is incorrect. The adage of the hippie era was never trust anyone over 30. It was not 39. Never trust anyone over 30. That's what they said back in the 60s. Now,
Geek Avenger for $2. Thank you, Geek. He's referring, now this is an older one that I didn't get to soon enough. but he was referring to journeyman, of me being referred to as a journeyman. So that's right. I'm not a journeyman. That's one thing that is insulting when people refer to me as a journeyman. Fox Mulder for $10. Thank you, Fox. Appreciate that. He says, besides Astro Zombies and Planet Doom, were there any alternative titles you have stored away for future Kit Carter adventures, or one you almost picked before choosing Planet Doom? Are there any alternative titles? No. Well, yes. Okay, there is. When I originally conceptualized Kit Carter, there was they were like faux movie posters. So it was like Kit Carter versus the Astro Zombies, and that was one. And I almost did that. Then there was Kit Carter versus the Molten Menace, and he's actually appearing in this. So I've actually used that character. And there was another one. I think it was Kit Carter and the Beast from Xandor or something like that. And I've got
that sounds very Flash Gordon.
Yeah. And that piece will be in the sketchbook. So my original, when I conceptualized Kit Carter, it was as a series of like B movies, right? But they were just images for like faux movie posters. I never really thought about
an actual series.
Yeah, until people kept asking me to do it, and then I finally thought, you know what, maybe there's something to this,
Aaron.
And so here we are with Planet Doom.
But it's big boobs in skin tight outfits. It's not a hard sell,
right? But I had to sort of not just think about, well, what's the story I want to do, but what is the coolest sounding title that'll, help sell the book. And, Astro Zombies, that's pretty good. Molten Menace, that's all right. But I thought Planet Doom really resonated as kind of it sounds like a really great B movie, and I thought, and so that's why I ended up going with that. And I knew,
if this was a Marvel book back in say 25 years ago before they got all stupid, you could have Kit Carter run through there, and it's like Planet Doom is the fact that she went into space and went into into hibernation for like 100 years and came back, and then Dr. Doom is taking over the planet, so it's now Planet Doom.
Yeah. Oh, see, there you go.
It's now Kit has to come and join the resistance movement to help them retake the planet.
There you go. It's a Marvel book. How about that? Well, that'll never happen, but what if it did? But yeah, so I would sit there and, you think about what sounds most exciting, what resonates, what really is a title that's going to stick with an audience. And I just felt like Planet Doom had the biggest impact and sounded the coolest, but then I had to come up with, I came up with the story, the title before I even came up with the story. And then I said, well, okay, how would this work? And, and then
here's one for you. Darkside Darren says Kit Carter goes to Dollywood.
That's well, is she really secretly Dolly Parton, an ageless Dolly Parton? Maybe.
And 40% Zed here goes, see what you guys got. He goes, it would be terrible if that slime monster was mildly corrosive and everywhere it grabbed her, the suit dissolved. That would be terrible.
Wouldn't that be a horrible thing?
That would be totally awful.
You guys are always pushing me beyond where I want to go.
Philbo Baggins, Aaron. Sex appeal. There may be something to this.
Maybe people would be into this. Nah,
let me do a story about a guy in black on a horse that kills monsters instead.
Yeah, exactly. I really didn't. The reason it took me so long to do something with Kit Carter is I didn't really know what I wanted to do with her or how I wanted to handle the, how funny did I want to make it? How serious did I want to make it? That type of thing. I was having a real hard time finding that balance. And what I did the daily strips, the online daily or weekly strips, or what were intended to be weekly strips. Let's be honest, they weren't weekly. That's sort of when I got a feeling for how I wanted to approach the character. Now, the stuff that's in Blood Hunters is those daily strips. So, like the first 14, what I called episodes, but are basically Sunday newspaper strips, are very, very Mad Magazine type stuff. And I realized if I'm doing a graphic novel, I've got to not quite be
Series
so
it up a little
ridiculous.
bit.
Yeah, I had to, I don't want to say make it serious a little bit, but it had to be more serious than what I was doing. And so, I had to come up with a new villain that I thought was formidable, which I did, which is Lord Menace. Of course, he has the goofy name, but that's part of it.
So what you did was kind of what they did with The Simpsons, where first it was a little like 2-minute segment on the Tracy Ullman show, where it was just a little quick hit of humor.
Right.
And then when we're going to make a series out of this, like, okay, well, now we got to come up with actual stories about these characters.
Right. That's exactly what it was, because she was simply a visual design that I was, coming up with to sell my sketchbooks, to put on the cover of my sketchbooks. There was never a character involved with it. And so I had to develop that. And like I said, I had a really hard time getting a grasp on what I wanted to do, and doing them as, single page episodes, or, again, like a Sunday strip, really helped me kind of get a grasp on what I wanted to do with the character, or what I could do with the character that would work. So you got to get to see that exploration in Wraith of God Blood Hunters. I mean, it is a story, but you'll be able to see when this graphic novel comes out, you'll be able to see the difference, the growth, I guess I should say, from what it was as just a newspaper gag strip to a, now a graphic novel that potentially could, launch a series.
Well, I guess here Fox Mulder has a alternative title you could have given Kit Carter. Instead of calling her Kit Carter, you could have called it Plan 69 from Outer Space.
There wasn't how should we say this? There was an adult movie back in the 70s, I believe, called 2069: A Space Odyssey. So, of course, I wouldn't want, this to be misrepresented.
But that's just what you heard. It's not because you actually seen the movie. You just heard that there was one.
Well, here's the thing. To be completely honest, there was, where I grew up, there was a small theater that was like really old, and they used to be a first run theater, probably back in the 50s and 60s, but by the 70s, they were falling on hard times, and so it basically turned into a porn theater. So and it was right in near the downtown area of where I grew up, this small town, and so you'd drive by and you'd see the names of the movies on the reader board, or the movie posters hanging outside for these things. And so, yeah, I was exposed to quite a few titles for adult films back when I was a kid. I'm like, Mom, what does that mean? She's like, shut up. So, yeah.
Straw Hat Guy asks, is the campaign, is it going in demand, or is this the end of it right here?
Well, we'll find out.
It's a mystery, folks.
It's a magical mystery tour. In fact, let's check the old campaign, see how we're doing, because that's really what all this kibitzing is about, is to lure you guys in to watch this show. Let's see here. Oops. All right, we're at 67, 194. Survey says 67, 855. Woo! 5 hours left.
Hey, look, Jimmy Reyes got you backed up for your porn version of this called Kit Harder in Uranus.
Oh my gosh, I'm bouncing, Jimmy. What's this? We just backed Kit Carter, and we were informed that Wraith of God Bloodhunters is on the way. That's right. Thank you for backing. And if you got an email, that means the label has been printed, and I am shipping those daily. So it
Backer
won't be
number 4
long.
right here.
It won't be long.
I'm backer number 4.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, man.
I was backer number 8 on Blood Hunters, so had to get in earlier. I wanted to try to be number 1. I wanted to be the number 1 backer, but oh well.
I think Fox Mulder is actually the number 1 backer on Kit Carter. Let's see here. Don't forget Flesh Gordon. Yeah, that was another one. Let's see here.
You don't want to know the porn title for Buck Rogers.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah.
You don't want that one.
Oh my gosh. Oh boy.
Although, if you watch the Gil Gerard series, he kind of got down anyway. So, I mean, really, does it really matter?
Oh,
he was always getting the ladies.
Well, we've got, I want to get this to 68, you guys, before I make a decision here on, am I going to stretch this campaign out a little bit more or not? We're losing viewership, I would assume mainly because of Ballers. So we're going to go just a little while longer here. So you guys, get in there. If you haven't backed yet, take a look at the campaign. It's, we're looking at it right now, but the link is in the description of this video. If you've got any mods that are around, there it is. Marcus Killiger just post it in the chat that you can run over there and check this out. Because I'm not going to go too much longer because I'm sort of defeating the purpose, streaming against bigger shows that are stealing my audience. Or was I trying to steal theirs? It all depends on how you look at it.
Well, it's hard to compete against Shane spiraling. So, I mean, what are you going to do? Exactly.
Especially for a late night crowd. They want a little bit more adult entertainment than I'm prepared to give them. Anyway, so you guys have the option of getting a hardcover, 64 pages, 8.5 by 11. This is it right here. It'll also have a gallery of art that will not be in the soft cover version. You also have the soft cover here by my good friend and talented artist, Chris Stevens. This is a painted cover.
The great Chris Stevens.
Yes, the great Chris Stevens. It's like the great Ray Walston. Or who's that other guy that you always say? The great
Sid Haig.
There you go. One of many greats. So anyway, you can go with the soft cover. That doesn't have the extra art gallery in it, but it's still, you get the story, you get everything right there. Here's a little preview of the first couple pages. That's page 1. With Schmagma, I'm enunciating correctly. Schmagma, the lava man, the molten menace, if you will. Here's the black and white, and not colored yet. We're waiting on Kelsey, of course, for pages 2 and 3. This is some of the art that'll be in the gallery of the hardcover. That's by Gary Martin. That's a Frazetta Rift.
Did Gary use Dolly as like a model for that image?
Yeah, it sort of looks like it there, doesn't it? We've also got this, which was going to be a cover, but now is just going to be a pinup in the gallery section. That'll be full color as well. Both of these will be full colored. Gary, I was going to print Gary's in black and white, but he said, no, get it colored. And so Kelsey will be coloring this and this.
Does Kelsey have enough color to cover Gary's image?
I don't know. We shall see. Thankfully, it's electronic, because if he was painting it, he might run out. We got T-shirts, black and teal to choose from. You got the Kit Carter Galactic Ranger sketchbook. It's full color, probably be about 32 pages, give or take. That is the cover. That is the artwork.
That's what I got. I got the soft cover with the sketchbook, and so did the wife. We both backed for that. So
thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Who can save the universe before lunch? Why only Kit Carter Galactic Ranger and Planet Doom rated PG? You can get this 14 by 36 insert movie poster
rated PG for Pretty Galactic.
That's right. It's pretty galactic. You can have a double entendre there. This is the layout, color layout artwork for it. It's not the finished artwork of the poster, but it will be exactly this layout with these drawings. It'll just be, the painting will be finished painting instead of just kind of rough, knocked it out for color study. You can get a Kit Carter Galactic Ranger laser etched shot glass. We got a series of 6 coming, not all Kit Carter. There's a Wraith of God one that you're still available. If you didn't get one and you want one, you can contact me directly at aaron@aaronlopresti.com and I can hook you up. There's a Garbage Man one. Now there's a Kit Carter one. There'll be 3 more in the entire set before we're done. So you want to get that, collect one, collect them all. Funny thing about this is...
Then, of course, you have to make a shot glass holder for people to hold all 6.
No, I am. There will be a shot glass holder. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. They'll hold all 6, but that won't be till the final glass is ready to go. So that'll be 3 campaigns from now. But they'll be here before you know it. And so you'll have something to put your entire collection of shot glasses in. I usually just order 25 initially, and then we get more orders and I'll order more. And what I did was I added this. There's a perk here for, let me get over here and scroll down the perk. The last perk on here is the most expensive perk. It's the Kit Carter Completist. Now, the interesting thing about this is you get the Kit Carter Planet Doom hardcover, signed hardcover. You get the soft cover. You get the sketchbook, which is signed and numbered as well. I think it's just signed, excuse me. You get the Kit Carter insert movie poster. You get the Kit Carter t-shirt. You get a Kit Carter shot glass, and you get an original Kit Carter head sketch by me that goes in this big, huge box of goodies. And I included the shot glass. Now, normally a shot glass ships separately because it's obviously in a very different sized box and it needs certain padding and stuff. But the box that this stuff goes in is so big that all this stuff will fit in it. And so I had a bunch of people. It shows only 12 claim, but a lot of people bought the early sign up secret perk that has the trading card in it that if you didn't sign up early, you can't get. Well, you can. I'll sell it to you, but you can't get it for free. And so, but anyway, so I think we've got over 50 of these. So now suddenly I'm like, I only ordered 25 shot glasses and I've already have orders for 50. So now I have to go back and reorder, which is a good thing, but it kind of caught me by surprise that the popularity of this completist box and all the shot glasses. So I will be going back to my laser printers, guys, and get more shot glasses.
Well, in any business, Aaron, be it a restaurant, be it selling stuff online, whatever it is, when you run out and need to get more, that is always the best problem to have.
Yes. Can't stand having inventory. And I do have beanies, Wraith of God beanies, and Empire Comics hats. Still got some of those available. Those are also, just contact me directly and I'll hook you up if you want one of those. Let's see where we're at here as we approach the 8 o'clock hour or the 11 o'clock hour if you're on the East Coast. We're still there, stuck at 67,855. We need $145 to get to 68,000. Who's going to do it? Who's going to pull the trigger?
Blackjack says we need the rated R Dan Lawless pinup. It's like, well, that's not going to happen, Dan, because I know Dan is a Christian man and he would probably never do a rated R version.
That's right. The fact that he put little nippies on there, surprised me.
That was Dan being a little mischievous. Yes,
that's right. Jimmy Reyes trying to get me in trouble. Why is your Jewish magma character a villain? He's not Jewish. You guys again are mispronouncing the name. Fox says, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The campaign should already be well over 100K. Gosh darn it, it should. But when you're dealing with the shadow ban, they say you lose somewhere up to 15% of what you might normally get because of just drive-by traffic and people seeing this. And because it would be trending on Indiegogo because of how well it's actually doing despite that, no one sees it. So you have to do things like this and just get direct links out there. It's the only way that people can find the campaign. So stick it to the man and back Kit Carter. That's what I like to say.
Stick it to Indiegogo and put money in their pockets.
That's right. Well, he put money in my pockets though too. So it's it's a frustrating thing.
Stuff Aaron's coffers like it's the 2020 election, folks.
Exactly. Back once, back twice. Arthur Roy says, "Where's John Malin, Aaron?" Nobody comes on my show. I have to go on other people's shows, and the reason this is really kind of a smaller stream is because I didn't want to bother anybody on the day after Thanksgiving. It was unfortunate. It wasn't very well planned on my part, quite frankly, that the 30-day would come up right on the day after Thanksgiving. And I was like, holy crap, this is going to be a challenge. But it's actually, we've done really well tonight. So I'm not going to cry about it. It's just one of those things. And
come on, folks, we can get this over 70,000. That's not that far. That's only $2,200. We can get that.
We're knocking on the door, folks. So anyway, it's, I didn't want to put upon anybody to say, hey, I'm doing my closeout stream right during your family holiday. Can you join me? I mean, it just worked.
Put up your family and come hang out with me and help.
Right, exactly. Those of you who have decided to join me, that have the free time to do it online, I greatly appreciate you guys being here and helping out with the cause. But that's the way it was. When if I push the button and make this, extend this, which, certainly is possible. If I were to do another final, live stream, I would do it, on Ethan or Malin's or somebody that's a much bigger show than I have. But I'm all about growing my show.
Here you go, spam bot right here. Yes, that's what we want right there. That's exactly what we want.
7 figures in 5 hours. It's a Black Friday miracle. Every time you back Kit Carter, an angel gets its wings.
No, a monkey gets a space beer.
That's right. A monkey gets a space beer. There you go. So anyway, we'll go check that in a little bit. But here we are. We're at 11 o'clock Eastern time, 8 o'clock Pacific. Anyway, this is the first 30 days, and I don't know exactly. I can't remember where I was at on Wraith of God, but I do know that Kit Carter launched bigger than Wraith of God. But Wraith of God Blood Hunters, I didn't get shadow banned until I went in demand on it. So I've never had to battle the shadow ban this early. So I don't know. It's hard to say how much it's affecting the overall success rate or not, because it really only matters when you close it down for good. And I guess I'm giving you guys a hint that probably going to extend this campaign.
Well, and I'm sure people have been sharing links all over the place. So, even though they are shadow banning you, you still have the people backing you up.
That's right. And it's a long, arduous, that's a good word, arduous. It's a long, arduous process of getting eyeballs on your campaign. And no matter how many backers you have on, or subscribers on YouTube or not backers, but the followers on your social media accounts, a very minuscule amount are actually seeing every one of your posts. So
according to Mark Miller, he said that there's only if you count the people on Twitter, only 5% of comic readers are on Twitter.
I think that's true. I think that's completely.
So if you're marketing there, it's like, yeah, there's people there, but the vast majority of people are not going to see it.
Yep. And so you have to have a long amount. The amazing thing to me was when I did the first Wraith of God, it was past fulfillment, like 3 or 4 months past fulfillment. And I had people contacting me going, I just found out about this. Can I still get a copy? And I was like, this thing has been active for over a year. And there's still, tons of people that are just now finding out about it. And it's probably still that way. There's probably still people that have never, I know there are tons of people.
Well, you got a second printing on the Wraith of God, and you still got people who don't know about it.
Yeah. Headless bourgeoisie. EVS is going to be upset that you didn't ask him. I don't think he is going to be upset.
He's too busy having too much hangover from pumpkin pie.
David Alicia says, done. Got the soft cover book. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. They say, yeah, it's smart to extend the campaign. I've always done it. I'm just messing with you guys. Of course, I'm going to extend the campaign, but I wanted to get to, holy crap, there we go. We got over 68,000. That's what I wanted to hit here tonight, because you have to set these goalposts, and it kind of helps you sort of plan as you move along and move forward. I'll show you guys the official. Here we go. Yeah, 68,219. It's excellent. So we've done a multitude of backers today, and already over 68. So we'll go a little bit longer here before I wrap this up. And we'll come back and revisit this shortly. But thank you all for supporting the campaign. Appreciate it very much. But yeah, there's different ways to approach this. Now, see, mail-in never goes in demand, which I don't understand, because those are sales. I do a ton of business in demand, months after the campaign is officially, or how do we call it? Not officially closed, because it's still open, but it's, but he likes to.
David here has got a new addition for the campaign that you could put on there. Make a Smeggy poster.
Make a what poster?
Smeggy.
Smeggy poster. Okay, again, you're misspelling that. It's Schmaggy. A. Come on, you guys. So yeah, I mean, Malin likes to have the collectability aspect of his books, right? So it's like you force the guys to go in and make the decision right now, and then whatever it is, and he's done really well, obviously. So no one can argue with his strategy. I like to go into demand because it leaves it open for, and there's really no reason not to. While you're working on the book, because people will filter in. Not everybody's got money at the same time, but they want to back the book. And so
thanks, Joe Biden.
Yeah, exactly. Just imagine if Biden wasn't president, how well this campaign would be doing right now.
Well, like I said, it'd be $100,000 campaign.
Well, I still believe it will be. It's going to take a little bit more time, though.
David says that Smeggy sounds cooler.
Does it? Does it, though? I'm regretting that name. And honestly, I didn't know the, how should we say, the bodily fluid that was so close to that. Because we used to make that joke all the time. We were in high school. We'd call anything that was like gross, or you go, don't touch that schmeg. You know what I mean? You just wouldn't. I didn't actually know that there was that was a medical term, and And so I thought, well, I'll do the play.
Well, Aaron, I've known that a long time. I used to watch the show Red Dwarf, and they have a term on there to go smeg off, and so it's like I kind of already knew what that was.
Well, to me, it was just a generic term for, some sort of something gross. I didn't know it was an actual medical term, but it actually is. But as I said, it's called schmag, as in magma. So it's not exactly the same word. I'm getting a bad rap, I think.
Yeah, I guess the Jimmy Palmiotti doesn't understand economics very well, then, Marcus, because you don't praise someone for lowering something that they caused to triple in price and then bringing it down. You don't do that. That's not saying, hey, thanks for bringing it down from its all-time high. That's no.
Yeah,
when you made it the all-time high, you don't get credit for that.
Oh my gosh, isn't that the truth?
That's like Chris
That's what
Rock's
I-
thing about a certain type of person who wants credit for something they're just supposed to do. Like, I take care of my kids. It's like, you're supposed to take care of your kids. You don't get credit for that.
Hey,
I ain't
I'm
never been to prison. I ain't never been to prison. So what, you want, a cookie?
I I'm old enough to remember when Carter was president, and my parents just griping about the gas prices.
I
And
remember
they were
that
like,
too. I mean,
you know,
I was very small, but I still remember. I remember the gas shortage.
and we're basically seeing the same type of thing right now. And it's just these, God, why do these guys keep doing policies that have proven not to work, and yet they're so committed to them? It's just insane to me. But
Because it doesn't affect them.
I know that's the real issue, isn't it?
See,
They
this is
have
why
their
I am for term limits. Let's have them have 2 terms and then kick them out and say, now you have to live under the rules you helped to put into place to see if you can handle them.
Well, I'd love to see that you go into politician and you get, whatever they pay, 200,000 a year, whatever it is, and you not be able to take money from uh, anybody else while you're, serving in a political office, because these people just are making millions and they're all on the take because the special interest groups are paying them to represent their, whatever they want done. And these people are, like Nancy Pelosi's like a freaking millionaire. Well, you don't get to be a millionaire by serving in Congress,
Or you shouldn't anyway.
Yeah, you shouldn't, right? I mean, not by what
I
they
mean,
pay you.
unless you're playing the lottery or something and you hit, then that's the only way
Exactly.
you're
Then
a
it's
millionaire
okay.
and you're a
Then we're
politician.
okay with it. Totally okay with that. But let me show you guys real quick where I'm at on this Kit Carter thing. So blow it up bigger. So I'm inking.
Nice.
I'm inking now with the old Pentel brush pen, which has become a favorite tool of mine after I saw David Finch using it on his draw stream. I was like, hey, I'm going to try that. If Finch can use it, it must be good.
Jimmy Reyes says, I was named after Carter. It's the only reason I say I like him.
I don't believe your parents named you after Jimmy Carter. I don't believe it. This brush has amazing flexibility, though. And you can get a really nice point, which I would not have thought with a synthetic brush like this. But like any other brush, you can't get too fast with it, or your line gets too heavy, because you have to control it just like you would a regular sable brush. But it does keep its point, which is nice. And I've been using this thing like crazy, and I still haven't refilled this ink cartridge in it. So
Oh, don't worry. It'll be the time when you got this piece. You're like, oh, I really got to get this done. And then you'll break it out and like, it's dead. Oh,
yeah,
great.
just like that. I think, well,
See, when it doesn't matter, it's completely full. It never runs out. But then the minute you're like, I really need this to work. Oh, no, now it doesn't work.
yep. The inevitability.
That's why I got all this new equipment that I got, because that's how mine was working. It's like I need it to work, and then it's not working. It's like, ah. So speaking of which,
Yes.
so I've got this new setup now: microphone, headphones, new camera that's like high DPI.
So you're going to return to streaming, is what you're saying?
Yes, and in doing so, we need to bring back the Comic Art Convo.
I don't know if I'm going to commit to another show. I am so bogged down right now. I don't
Well,
know.
I didn't mean we're going to start it tomorrow. I would like you to. I would figure I would at least want you to get most, if not all, of the shipping of Blood Hunters done before you would even consider something like that. It's not. I'm not pushing, saying you got to do it today. You got to do it today. I'm just saying.
You're pushing me live on. It's been to actually have some days where I don't have any responsibility for, streaming and stuff has actually been wonderful. So,
Well, see, that's the point about it, though. Is see if we bring it back, since I have a new setup now that actually can do stuff. Maybe we can pinch hit, and instead of you having to host it every time, we can go back and forth. 1 month is you, the next month is me. So then at least every other month, all you have to do is just basically send me your stuff that you're going to show and then show up.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The harsh reality.
I thought that would help make it easier for you if there wasn't so much of the heavy loading on the front end for you.
To be honest with you, it's like I thought it was a good show and I enjoyed doing it, but it's even at once a month, it was like it always inevitably something else was coming up, and I was like I had to rearrange stuff, and it was like I don't know. You're catching me when I'm not in the mood at the moment to, but I'll think about it.
Well, I'm just saying is that's what I'm putting out there. So see, since I have a setup now that can do more stuff than I used to, like I said, off a little laptop with a low res camera. Now that I can do some stuff, now maybe you don't have to do so much heavy lifting. Maybe you can feel a little more at ease doing it because it's not all on you. Feel so heavy on you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know you got to enjoy streams where you just show up and it's like, oh, I didn't have to really do a whole lot. They're handling it all. I just got to be there.
Well, as the mayor in Jaws said, I'll take it under advisement.
And then that way it will kind of force people to have to come to my channel now and subscribe.
And the real truth comes out.
They'll have to subscribe because it's like, well, you're only going to get half the Comic Art combos if you only subscribe to Aaron because they're ever going to be on my channel.
I'll think about it. See if I can.
Like I said, I just wanted to put that idea out to you since, like I said, I know like I said, it's not something I want to do like right this minute because, like I said, I know you're slammed with Kit Carter and you got the Blood Hunters going out, and so I know you got plenty on your table right now.
Killraiser says, Aaron, any chance of you going to Heroes next year? I would say there's probably no chance. I am not a guy that enjoys getting on long flights anymore. And the thing with Heroes is I've been a couple times and it's a great show, but it's not a show that they necessarily say, hey, Aaron, we'll pay your way. And so I have to kind of like, I have to pay for it myself. And then I have to fly cross country. And yeah, at this point, I would rather get into Winnebago and drive cross country than fly for some reason. I know that sounds absurd, but
I don't know. Do you really want to go the Clark Griswold route?
Well, when you put it like that, maybe not. Maybe not. I would hope that my trip might go a little bit more smoothly.
Well, hopefully you won't have someone dead on the roof of your Winnebago.
I know. Oh my gosh. All right, guys, where are we at here? I got to do something with my daughter this evening. See, that was the other thing. This was just bad timing on my part because we had family home for Thanksgiving, and I'm like, how is my campaign ending right at Thanksgiving weekend? It's crazy, I tell you. So we're at 68,000.
Your family isn't there for you; they're there for the free food. That's what they're there for.
Well, exactly. They don't care if I'm here or not. 68,525, 680 backers. How about that? Thank you guys so much for
folks. 1,500 more. That's all we need.
And you need to do it in 13 minutes. That's all. Piece of cake, man.
That would be a Black Friday miracle right there.
No, this is you set goalposts and measuring sticks, if you will, for where you'd like your campaign to be at certain points and then try to project out where you think it's going to end up, and is this all going to fit into the budget, and all that kind of good stuff. So we're doing well. We're doing well. I appreciate you guys backing the book, and I always know that it's a bit of a challenge because you're backing something before it's coming out. But, there's always that sort of, well, when will we get it? And will we get it? I think I've proven at this point that you will get it. And I think I've proven that you'll get something you'll probably be happy with. So I do appreciate, though, you guys taking the leap of faith, as it were, to support this campaign, especially when I'm still in the middle of fulfilling the one before it.
Well, since there is Kit Carter in Blood Hunters, that can only maybe help on the back end of this. Maybe you'll get more people saying, hey, I read Blood Hunters and that Kit Carter stuff was awesome. I better back the new book.
Well, that's what we're hoping that'll happen as well. So it's kind of like, a little in-house promotion. But I do think there's a good majority of people there's people that, they'll back you up front. They understand the process. They trust you and all that kind of stuff. And then there's the people that, and I totally respect this, that are like, yeah, I'm going to wait till this is done and then I'm going to get it at the last minute. And that's fine. Well,
whether it's the first minute, when it's the first minute or the last minute, you get the money all the same.
Yeah, that's right. And it always, the difficult thing about doing crowdfunding is planning the budget, right, for the book. You try to guesstimate how much you think you're going to bring in, how many copies you're going to sell. And it is kind of it's weird because even when I was working for Marvel or DC, I never had job security, right? I mean, maybe for a couple of years when I was on contract at DC. But other than that, it was always, as soon as you got finished with one job, you're out looking for the next. And so it's really not all that different with crowdfunding, because you put up a project and you don't know how well it's going to fund. And, you know what your budget needs to be to produce the book, but you don't know if you're going to bring it or how much more you're going to bring it and all this kind of stuff. And so it really hasn't changed. Anything hasn't changed. You're still operating as a freelance artist, right? Saying, well, Wraith of God did really well. But will Blood Hunters do well? And then Blood Hunters does well, and you go, yeah, but will Kit Carter do well? And it's like it's that.
Yeah, but the difference is more of the rewards go to you now, and of course you're getting to work on things you want to work on. It's
right.
Not I'm scrambling for any gig. I mean, I'm sure Tachyon was not one of the things you were like, oh, I got to work on Tachyon.
Well, after I got blacklisted for doing it, it wasn't one of those things that turned out in my best interest.
So I mean, so like at least with this, you're doing stuff like you're enjoying doing Blood Hunters, you're enjoying doing Kit Carter, you're enjoying doing the nightclub, and it's like stuff that you're enjoying. And so I think ultimately that will be better because you're going to create better work. Because if you're working on something you really like, you're going to put a lot more into it than you would if it was something you're just like, I'm just grinding this out because I need to make a paycheck.
Exactly. And I mean, there is some of that. You hate to admit that, but there are jobs that you take because you need a job, right? And so it's not, your most favorite project in the world you've ever worked on, but you try and do the best you can with this, whatever the situation is. I didn't have a lot of that happen to me. I got pretty good gigs for the most part. There were a couple, that weren't ideal, shall we say. But for the most part, for a 30 plus year career, I really can't complain. I had pretty good luck with writers that I worked with, and pretty good luck with, the projects that I was able to work on. So,
40%. Zed got an idea here. He goes, "Be cool if a de facto Comicsgate booth was at conventions. Say 2 tables full of CG titles with a rotating crew of you attending at any given event. So individually, you only do a few, but your book is out at all of them."
That's a good idea. The problem is, and it's the problem with trying to treat Comicsgate like Image, is that there is no governing body. There is no sort of like built-in structure. It's just, as John Malin, I think, aptly described it, it's kind of an umbrella that people operate under. And everybody's kind of doing their own thing. And it's not that people don't support other people's campaigns, but somebody
Well, I
has.
would just think the biggest problem is just the logistics of it all. I mean, all you guys having to send copies of books or whatever to people and then hoping to get them out there, and then they have to keep track of every single sale so you can get your cut, and you can and I mean there's a lot of logistics involved in what he's talking about.
Right. And that's the thing. And everybody's so busy just managing their own project to have to worry about managing somebody else's. I mean, that's the thing. Image had not a governing body, but like they had a corporate structure.
Yeah.
Where, they had guys in place in the office that Extreme Studios would send their books in. McFarlane would send his books in. Everybody would send their books in. These guys would package them, do the printing, get it shipped out. And they were hired to do that specific thing. None of that's going on in Comicsgate. So it's all just, hey, you know what we should do? We should go and do this. And it's like, yeah, well, I'm not carrying your books. You carry your own books. And I can't make that show because I'm doing this. And so it's almost impossible, unfortunately. So what you'll get is occasionally you'll get, a few guys that are going to the same show, and then they kind of hook up and have a party or whatever. But it's extremely difficult to do anything that's really organized because we don't have anybody that's their number one job is just to organize stuff for everybody.
Yeah.
And then you sort of lose your autonomy anyway, because eventually you're like, you have to agree, you have to get a bunch of people to agree on the same thing. And that's always challenging no matter what it is.
Yeah, I've always said that to people when they talk about like, certain political things about like, people just got to believe like this. I'm like, you couldn't pull 4 random people off the street, put them in a room together and say, you're going to order pizza, but you only get one topping and you'll have to be, unanimous on the topping. You can get the 4 of them to agree on a single topping. How are you going to get people, millions of people to agree to this thing you want them to do? And it's like, that just doesn't happen.
Exactly. Especially when money's involved, then it becomes even more challenging. Yes. And so, I guess the best way we can stay unified is through live streams and things like this. And that's sort of your online convention, right? As opposed to,
yeah.
And I get it. If you want, a commission or you want something signed or whatever, you can't do it online. But, the way this whole thing is set up, that's about the best we can consistently do, I think. So, let's.
40% said about my idea of like the 4 people off the street to pick one topping for a 1 topping pizza. He goes, I just beat the other 3 people.
Exactly.
Just beat them down. Like, now we're going to put mushrooms on like I want.
Yep. All right, I'm going to wrap this up in 4 minutes. This live stream anyway. So here's your last chance to get in there. Not really. Let's be honest, folks. Of course, I'm going to extend it. What do you think I am? Crazy?
Well, you are, but you're not stupid.
That's right. Thank you. That was the right thing. Let me see. I got to find if I can figure out how to do it. Oh, I've run out of time. That would, there's a story, and it's a true story, that apparently Malin forgot to extend his campaign after the first 30 days.
Yep.
And it ended because he didn't have it in demand either. And so they had to call Indiegogo. And this is back when they were still friendly with us. And they called, they still are friendly with us to our face. Anyway, and that's when they had to actually go reopen his campaign so he could extend it because he forgot to extend it. It does this kind of stuff. You're juggling this stuff, and it can get away from you at times, especially if you're running 2 campaigns at once. It can really easily get away from you. So let's see here. How does this work? If I go here, there it is. Okay. Survey says, let's see if I can. Okay, so let's see what happened. Didn't do anything. What the? Oh no! I'll figure this out, folks.
It's a good thing that this isn't ending at midnight Eastern time.
Right. Well, this is the problem. This is why you try to get ahead of it, because you're like, wait a minute, this isn't working. I still have time to make this work. Let's see here. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Yes, you see, but we don't.
I know. Well, you guys don't need to be. You don't need to be saving this. Okay. Now look what happens. There it is, folks. Let me show you how magic works when you push the right buttons. All right. I have extended the campaign for 2 more weeks, essentially 16 days. So what does that mean? I don't believe in going like 60 days. I think that's just kind of a waste of time. I think by the time you get through basically 6 weeks of hardcore promoting, you've got pretty much everybody that's interested in upfront backing. So we're going to go 16 more days. And then we'll see about going into demand after that. But that on that 16 days, someone brought up, why don't you on Ethan or John streams? That's when you'll see me on Ethan and John stream, is when we actually have the final closeout of the campaign, rather than just the 30-day closeout, which is kind of what we did tonight.
But the question is, will you go into demand?
Well, see, those are the questions that won't get answered until another 16 days. And then we shall find out.
Well, and the wife here even kind of gets you in here. She goes, plus you would be trying to end 60 days around Christmas Eve.
Right. That's exactly, that'd be, can you imagine? Hey, Christmas Day, close out. What are you guys doing tonight? Probably nothing. You should.
Hey, yeah. Christmas Day, spend that Christmas money you just got right here. Quick, give it to me.
I probably should have checked to see how many days it was before I typed that in. Okay, let's see. What is today anyway? The 24th, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
no, December 10th.
Oh, that's on a Sunday. That's days. Perfect. Because I stream on Sundays anyway. So there it is.
It's almost like you planned it.
It's like, what in the world was that guy? Perfect timing. Okay. So we're good. All right. So people, I want to thank everybody for joining me on this massive stream. My special guest, Sequential Wingman, joined me. Help keep things moving along. Keep pushing this, you guys. I need your help as much as anybody to get the word out. Spread the links, spread the good cheer. When you guys get your Wraith of God Blood Hunters in the mail, share it on social media so people know that you're getting the books and they're coming out. And there won't be a show on Sunday because I'll be at a John Williams concert. He's not there, but they're doing John Williams music, so it's in movie music. So it'll be I might have to wear a tie. I don't know.
Tails. You gotta have tails.
Yeah. So so there won't be a show Sunday. So this sort of was a substitute for the regular Aaron Live, but then we'll be back the following Sunday, hitting you with Bigfoot videos and all sorts of good stuff. So again, you guys, thank you so much. If you haven't, hit the like and subscribe button. It helps the channel grow. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you guys all for backing the campaign. And like I said, continue to push it. I greatly appreciate it. We'll keep you updated, and I'll keep posting new stuff on the Kit Carter site as we get it. And enjoy the rest of your evening and the rest of your weekend. And I hope your Thanksgiving was great. And we will see you soon right here on Aaron Live. Good night, everybody.